Depending on one's interpretation of time and language, it is possible that you could conceptualize 8:36 p.m. as still being close to 7 to 8 p.m. Hello, welcome. I've been having a difficult time managing to stream recently, but here we are. It's a little late, but that was because it was a slow type of dinner that was being prepared in the house. And so, here we are. It is time for Sucro. Today we will be doing... well, we will be at least starting tank role quests. And then if we do finish those, we might start physical ranged DPS role quests for Endwalker. Tank being the role that I've been playing as the most, I suppose. These will be the least I don't know what I'm doing of the role quests. But yeah, I don't really have that much else to say, so I guess I'll just go. Serpent Salute. I've come on behalf of the Twin Adders to enlist the aid of accomplished fighters. The small folk cower in their homes for fear of an unprecedented threat to the Twelveswood, a blasphemy. It strikes quickly and with deadly precision before returning to the shadows whence it came. Try as we might, we've yet to devise a means to track it, much less slay it. Several brave souls search for it even now, but their chances would improve greatly if they had a stout protector by their side. Judging by your reputation, I dare say you're precisely the woman we seek. What say you? Will you serve as the shield that stands between Gridania and certain doom? Protecting the realm is what I do. I will take that as an enthusiastic yes. Make haste to the Adder's Nest and report to my superior. All Gridania shall pray for your success. It's just like I'm going to turn in 1,000,000 items for a currency that may or may not be useful. Wow. Do I have 1,000,000 items? I don't want to do that right now. Our liaison at Razathan sent... liaison? Yeah, I think. At Razathan sent word of your arrival, but I can still scarcely believe our luck. Are you truly here to help us bring this wicked blasphemy to heel? Nod. Then there is hope for us yet. I shall fetch the Elder Seedseer at once. She's leading the hunt, and I'm certain she'll be most eager to see you. Full glad am I to welcome you in good health and good spirits, Sucro. On behalf of all Gridania, allow me to thank you for rising to our defense yet again. Nod. You will forgive me for eschewing further formalities, as time is of the essence. I shall share with you what little we know of this elusive scourge. Following the events in Thavner, we received a report that an unidentified man had fallen into fits on the road before transforming into a beast most foul, a blasphemy, we soon determined. Eyewitnesses to subsequent attacks spoke of patterns on its skin reminiscent of heavy chains, and thus we have named it Glepnir, for the creature of legend. It emerges from the brush without warning, bringing destruction and tragedy to those unfortunate enough to be near. Ere we can respond, it retreats into hiding, leaving no trace for us to follow. The elementals cry out for us to rid the forest of this wicked presence, yet even if we tracked it to its lair, I fear besting the beast would be no simple matter. Questioning head tilt? The wounds of Gleipnir's victims are tainted by corruption. We can but conclude that the fiend's fangs, claws, and horns are all imbued with a powerful poison. You mean venom, technically. I think. The smallest scratch sends the afflicted into fits, and death soon follows. Yeah, that sounds more venomous than poisonous. Mayhap you know of the creeping death. The effects of Gleipnir's vile poison, or venom, bear more than a passing similarity to the symptoms of that deadly plague. It swept through the Twelveswood many years ago. The sick found their skin covered in chain-like patterns and spent their final moments in excruciating pain. This is interesting because all of the other role quests have dealt with something that I've heard about before, or like events that were relevant to the story before, or something. And I'm pretty sure that this is new information, unless this is in some sort of quest chain I did not do. I don't think we've heard of this before, or at least I specifically haven't, if it is something that is mentioned elsewhere. Heck, it could be 1.0 for all I know. This is wholly new information. 'Twas long before I came to Gridania, but people still speak of it with dread. Is it true that the disease spared not a single Hure? Very nearly, yes. Before the remainder were taken, we were able to devise a cure from the Glimshroom. Slow though it was, the scars of this tragedy could then begin to heal. Gleipnir threatens to reopen old wounds, I fear. Yet despite the similarities between the blasphemy's corruption and the creeping death's marks, it is unclear how these two phenomena are related, if at all. Both conjuring and white magic have failed to abate the poison or venom's spread. To confront Gleipnir now would place our soldiers at risk of grievous injury. Nod. Forgive me, Elder Seedseer, but this appears to be urgent. Fold arms. What? Again? Gleipnir has struck once more in the North Shroud. The whalers come too late to see the beast themselves, or came too late. But the man it attacked yet lives. They're bringing him to Falgord Float as we speak. Then we must meet them there. Will you accompany us, Sucro? Eithelmer should be able to apprise us of the details upon our arrival. Nod.
Calico Info Zone. In Norse mythology, Gleipnir, Old Norse Open 1, is the binding that holds the mighty wolf Fenrir, as attested in chapter 34 of the Prose Edda. It is made of impossible things, such as the sound of cat footsteps.
Thank you for the Calico Fact Information Zone. Information, that's definitely a word. I'm saying things that are definitely words. Thank you for the facts. We cannot say for certain Gleipnir has quit this place. Stay on your guard. Right. I keep forgetting. I need to withdraw Boaster so that he doesn't wander through people. Word of the attack has yet to spread among the populace. They remain calm for now. Elder Seedseer, you honor us with your presence. I cannot thank you enough for coming all this way. Given the dire circumstances, I would not leave this to another. Where is the wounded man? Outside of the Bobbing Cork, being attended to by one of our healers. He's a capable healer, but I worry this is beyond his abilities. Nod. I shall do all in my power to aid him. I in turn may have need of assistance as well. I ask that you stay close, both of you. Nod. I can cast Clemency, does that help? Sucrose noticed books. I think I have this exact book prop in my apartment, probably. Or at least a similar one, because the book holders didn't look familiar to me. Aside from having been here before, obviously. Perhaps obviously. That he survived his encounter with Gleipnir speaks to his fortitude. I know not if he can be saved, but if we can at least allay his suffering, we must. He clings to life, albeit barely. We must try to ease his pain. Yeah, that's about what I expected from talking to the afflicted man. He's a hardy soul, but I'm utterly at a loss. While I manage to heal his wounds, the poison lingers, or venom. I fear the worst is yet to come. When I removed his clothes for treatment, I recognized the chains, if this is indeed the creeping death. Do not lose heart. I shall spare no effort. Rest for now. We may have need of your talents again ere long. Chigos, man, Chigos! A bloody swarm of them! That came from the East Gate! Chigos are known as carriers of the creeping death. The villagers are on edge. If they think the Violkin harbingers of another plague, they may panic. Pray see to the Chigos. I shall remain here with the victim. The name of that creature is a name that feels bad to say for some reason. I shall do everything in my power to save this man. I entrust the matter of the bugs to you. Maybe I'll just say bugs instead. Or Violkin. That's not a great word either, to be honest. We cannot let the bugs enter the village. Rumors of sickness have already begun to spread, and a swarm will surely sow terror and discord. Is it just me that thinks that that word sounds like bad in some way? Maybe it's just like the way the mouth feel, as they call it, the word feel. It sounds kind of like a slur for some reason to me. I'm gonna not say it anymore. I think this wild-eyed fellow is the source of the earlier yelling. Do you see any plot-relevant bugs nearby? Plot-relevant bugs? Where? Keep them away from me. They were near Alder Springs, a whole swarm of them, like an army getting ready for war. Bringing the creeping death like as not. Folk have been dropping dead with no rhyme or reason, and I'm not about to join them, no sir. Came running back as fast as my legs could carry me. Probably intentional, given the bug they're based on? I don't know what that means. And I also don't know, like, a specific... Well, never mind. I can think of some more specific words that it's adjacent to in sound, but I won't think about that more. Were you bitten? I will show you to a hearer if so. Not a single hole that doesn't belong, you can be sure. You'd best do something about that swarm, though. Would that we could, but keeping the gate manned is our priority, and we have not the numbers to spare for a hunting party. By the time whaler reinforcements come, it may be too late. We'll deal with the plot-relevant bugs. The one who culls the greater number owes the other a flagon of ale, aye? Nod reluctantly because Sucre doesn't drink alcohol. I commend your bravery. Godspeed, and don't get bitten. I have to admit that the tank role quests are making somewhat of a poor first impression by having the weird name plot-relevant bug take front and center at this early stage, and also by not being relevant to anything we've seen before in the game. The other role quests set a precedent of like revisiting plot points, characters, and places, and this is like, here's stuff that isn't anything. Front traps? That's a little bit far away from the name, I think. But, you know, that's fine. I'm just gonna keep calling them plot-relevant bug. Also, they got poison and venom wrong in this questline. 'Twill be praised, and you! I've come bearing a cure for the creeping death, but it's of little use against actual death. I think of all people, Gridania would know what venom is. Admittedly, I probably wouldn't know this if it wasn't the pet peeve of somebody I know. That's also fair. Maybe Gridania's just not great. Maybe it's more like Bad Anya. Hi, that's why I've come. I've heard tell of a man suffering from uncommon pains at Fallgourd Float. Wow, you heard that like instantly. Sensed an opportunity for philanthropy and a touch of profit, I'll admit. But if what you say is true, his condition demands a much swifter pair of feet than mine. Could you bring the medicine to him in my stead? No need for payment this time, of course. Nod. Truthfully, none of the three, like, major starting city-states are great places. Some of them improve slightly over time. You saved my life, and one good turn deserves another. I only hope the cure works as well as purported. As for me, I'll be on my way, and give any Vilekin I spy a wide berth. Canonically speaking, Zucro really should have started in Limsa, but I didn't know I would want her to be canonically like an Arcanist at the beginning, at first. Oh, right, outside. Wait, what's this painting? Mountain. Cool painting. Thank you for calling the plot-relevant bugs. Alas, our patient's condition is yet to improve, and it is all we can do to keep him from succumbing to the venom. I'm going to correct them with venom, too, at this point. I'm just being spiteful a little bit. Oh, interesting. Do feel free to, while not saying all of the paragraphs at once, weigh in with your opinions and analysis when it becomes relevant. I know this medicine. It was once used to treat the creeping death. Given his symptoms, it may prove effective here as well. Didn't you say that it took a long time to work? Or was that just it took a long time to cure the plague? No, I guess not. I guess it just took a long time to cure the whole thing and not individuals. It works upon the body quite quickly, as I recall. Hold on just a while longer, my friend. The medicine will soon relieve your pain. I don't... It hurts! It hurts! Why? Why? The man shrieks die in his throat as his body is racked by violent convulsions. He then falls still and quiet as if his breath was snatched from his chest. Well, yeah, this is a fairly impactful moment. "12, have mercy. At the very least, his suffering is over." Had we been quicker to deliver the medicine, would he have lived? Nay, I think not. He was doomed from the moment the poison, I mean venom, entered his blood, as will be others if we do not soon gain an understanding of our foe. Let this tragedy not be in vain, but serve as a lesson. Though the effects of Gleipnir's corruption resemble the creeping death, 'tis clear that the two share little else in common. The venom burns through the body more quickly than any disease. Too deadly is it to be borne by creatures so fragile as plot-relevant bugs or any other besides. And that is one less possibility the people need fear. 'Tis a shame life was lost, but this knowledge may help us to ensure that others are not. Spread word, but do so with delicacy. In these troubled times, fear and despair can drive even the goodliest of souls to desperate ends. Gleipnir is the only blasphemy known to us in Gridania, for now. We must do our utmost to stop him from sowing further discord. Understood, Elder Seedseer. I'll give this man a proper burial before sharing what we've discovered. Nod. That is true. Paying respects. But not the literal pay respects emote. Ascertaining Gleipnir's whereabouts is still a primary concern. Let us return to the Adder's Nest, for information shall be our most reliable weapon in the days ahead, and there's no better place to acquire it. Nod. Am I saying it right when I say, like, Gleipnir? Or is it more like a Glepnir? Or like a Glepnir? A Glopnir? A Gaknir? Slimenir? I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Glepnir? Okay. Right, because, like, Sleipnir is pronounced that way, so... I was waffling back and forth on which one that would be. Fellow paladin cat detected. Wait. Oh, right. Okay, you're right here. Gleipnir has been sighted in various locales, and though we are reviewing every report, we suspect most are erroneous. Fear has a way of making one jump at shadows. It will take some time before we've determined which reports merit a more involved investigation. Until then, I ask that you stay vigilant and keep your eyes peeled for any sign of the blasphemy. Okay. Something subtly funny about this? Interesting. We have followed up on every report concerning Gleipnir, even those that beggared belief. The most promising suggest the blasphemy is currently stalking the South Shroud. We are to proceed there at once, for there's no telling when it might strike again. The Elder Seedseer is already en route to Roots Lake. En route to Roots. Let us not keep her waiting. I bet that guy just wanted to say en route to Roots Lake real bad. I get it. This would be the funniest possible time for the weather to become tension and Odin to appear. If there was ever a funny time for Odin, it would be during this quest. Potentially. Actually, Odin is always funny to me, but being informed that something menacing is stalking the South Shroud made me think of Odin instantly, so you know. I keep going past everyone. No sign of the beast yet, thankfully. A single glimpse of Gleipnir might send the people running, and we would be hard-pressed to restore order. Greetings, Sucro. As luck would have it, my sister Raya O frequents Camp Tranquil. We would do well to meet with her first, for she may have knowledge of this threat that can aid us in our search. Yeah, Odin would win that fight, maybe. Probably not, because Odin is lower level, but also Odin is a world boss. If there was a prank where Odin could spawn anywhere, that would be very good. There was a crossover with PSO2 on the Japanese PSO2 servers, where Odin could appear in that game abruptly as an event. And that was basically anywhere. And I think Odin still had the trait of looking like the last person to have defeated him, or maybe he looked like your character. It was one or the other, or both, depending on if you defeated him. I think I only saw Odin like once when I was playing on the Japanese PSO2 base game servers. Unfortunately, that was never in the localized version and is not in NGS. I think honestly Odin should just be able to spawn abruptly in any video game. It has been too long, Raya-O. Kane, I was afraid the situation might force your arrival. Would that this reunion was under more joyous circumstances. Also, I think it sucks that my brother got to appear in the main story quest, but I have to sit here instead. It is heartening to see her joined by the bearer of Atawa's will. Hey, I'm acknowledging that you have white mage levels in the tank questline. Unfortunately, Gleipnir's poison cannot be cured by any force known to us, as I'm sure you've already learned. Nevertheless, I have faith that together we will find a way to defeat it. Nod. Every moment is crucial, so let us dispense with further pleasantries. Have you received word of Gleipnir's whereabouts? Nod. I have. It recently ambushed a poor traveler who succumbed to his wounds soon thereafter. A tragic and increasingly common tale. No others in Camp Tranquil have come to harm, but some claim they feel a presence in the distant trees, staring at them with a malicious intensity. They struggle to find the courage to venture beyond the safety of the camp. Oh, does she? I mean, like, Raya-O and, shoot, what's his name? Other guy, brother of Raya-O, both show up in a lot of the White Mage quests, but I kind of forgot, like, how prevalent they were, because there's a bunch of other characters that show up too. At least 2 other characters are pretty major, I think. There's, like, Estiva, I think might be her name, and then Alakwa, I think might be the other name. Anyway, that's barely relevant. They struggle to find the courage to venture beyond the safety of the camp. While its victims exhibit symptoms reminiscent of the creeping death, Gleipnir's corruption seems only to affect those who've been assaulted by the blasphemy itself. We've yet to confirm a single instance of it spreading from one individual to another. That's somewhat reassuring, but it will provide little comfort to the people here, I think. If Gleipnir comes, any defense we mount will come at great cost. Those who fall wounded will invariably die. I'm at a loss, and the people under my care can see it. The Mughals shook their heads, I think. They grow tense and bicker amongst themselves. Some even accused me of standing idly while this monster roams free, as if I'm not doing all I can. To be fair, Raya-O, the Pajal have an issue about where they often seem to be standing idly and not wanting to do things. That's kind of like a major plot point in the White Mage quests that I remember, is that causes some problems and makes some people upset. One of those previously mentioned important characters just is like, why aren't you freaking doing anything? And that's basically, like, yeah, that's a major thing. Anyway, I apologize. Would that I'd come to you sooner. Would that there were more I could offer you. Not every burden is yours to bear, Kane, or perhaps the elementals could help. The first answer is the most true. The elementals are some of the least helpful, mysteriously powerful beings in the game. The elementals are like the embodiment of, like, the trope of an alien morality and people have to listen to them, and that's also, incidentally, one of the main reasons that the Pajal are constantly not doing anything, is because the elementals. Gridania's kind of a mess, a little bit. It's not entirely Gridania's fault, but not every burden's yours to bear, Kane. She is right. It's the duty of all Seed Seers to face this threat, and so we should do so together, with the aid of the elementals as well. Yeah, they don't really talk about the elementals that much either. They're just kind of like, the elementals think it's bad when you do something that they don't like. Sometimes they don't like pollution, and it makes sense. Sometimes they don't like when you put cheese on a cracker, and they kill you, and it doesn't make any sense. Such is the will of the elementals. Yeah, they don't deal a lot with the Duskway stuff either. They do a little bit in the Lancer questline, I guess. Are Duskway NPCs more rare than Keeper of the Moon NPCs? I would guess yes, but I'm not entirely sure. Under different circumstances, I would agree, but their strength has waned since the calamity, and I'm reluctant to impose upon them. Indeed, when I open my thoughts to the elementals, I shudder to hear their distress. Once we've laid low the blasphemy, the elementals will be at peace. Well then, how do you propose we go about that? First, allow me to speak with the people here and assure them that all will be well, that Gridania's resolve to weather this storm remains steadfast. No road is closed to those true of heart. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised you'd begin with an earnest and heartfelt appeal. For my part, I shall reach out to Arun. Ah, that's what the name was. Perhaps together we can find a way to offer similar comfort to the elementals. I have no doubt we will require their assistance in the days ahead. Thank you, sister. May the 12 watch over and keep you both. May I trouble you to accompany me? The presence of a storied hero would surely lend credence to my claims that the people's difficulties will soon be at an end. Nod. While you attend to that, I shall gather what information I can from the woodwhalers stationed here. Pray look for me at the camp proper when you have finished. Nod. So currently my assumption is that the person who turned into the blasphemy is probably someone who lost like family or friends or loved ones or whatever to the creeping death. Who are you? Oh right, you're one of the NPCs that tells you where marks are, which is something I forget exists. If we were to convince the people that they need not live in fear of Gleipnir, then my words alone may be insufficient. I do not comport myself as an imposing figure blessed with martial prowess, to say the least. You, on the other hand, are renowned as a peerless warrior who's triumphed in countless trials. I could count the number of trials I've been in. There's literally a menu for that lists all of them. Simply looking on your features fills me with confidence that this crisis too shall pass. Nod. I pray you stand by my side, that those we speak with might be joyed by your presence. Kane Senna is now accompanying you. Rare moment of seeing Kane Senna running. Probably the only time you ever see that, actually. I don't know why this is something that stands out to me. Probably because as a character, she's portrayed as the one who's like always calm and like not running around. Anyway. I saw it, a gargantuan beast stalking the woods with horns the size of my leg. What's to stop it from coming here to fill its belly? Gleipnir will do no such thing, I swear. I shall see to it personally that the blasphemy does not come within a malm of this village. Keep heart, for brighter days lie ahead of us. Truly, Elder Seedseer? Perhaps I've let my imagination get the better of me. You are a beacon in these dark times. I pray you restore the peace soon. Hello, and welcome. We are doing the tank role quests. They are unlike the other role quests in that they are about something that is entirely new information that we've not heard about before. Like the ones that took place in Alamigo were about like a lot of stuff that we dealt with a little bit in the Alamigo storyline and like all that stuff. This is about a plague that happened a long time ago that we've never heard of before, and how the local blasphemy is inflicting a condition that is similar to it, but not it. And we're trying to figure out what's going on with that. Kane Senna is here because, well, she wants to solve the scary not plague, and also because there's very few relevant characters in Gridania to have accompany the player character, I guess. So far, this one is making not a great first impression by having bugs with a weird name that I don't like saying, by being about something that is not something we've heard about before, so it's not like the other role quests where we go back and like revisit and elaborate on plot points and like check up on characters we've known in past areas and whatnot. And also they keep mixing up the words poison and venom, which is silly of them to do. There's a lot about Gridania that's a bit weird. Anyway. I shall, you can be certain. Yeah, restive man. I don't actually know what restive means. I kind of assumed it would have something to do with the word rest, but judging by the attitude of that man, it does not. This man is inflamed. That seems bad. Seed seers are sitting pretty with their guards and finery. What do they care if a beastie's running amok? They'll be fine. That's why they're doing nothing while it hunts us. Yeah. I mentioned earlier, but the poison and venom being mixed up is like a pet peeve of someone I know. And the mnemonic device I've adapted to remember it is that venom is violence. They both start with V, you see. And then poison's the other one. It's a mnemonic device that only requires one half of it to exist. Or to, you know, like, define the other part, I guess. There are 33 Duskwhite female NPCs, and one of them is Izel. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I think she's, like, notably paler than Wildwood Ellison can be in this game. That's magma. Oh no. The magma sickness is a deadly disease that should not be underestimated. There's like... We were talking about this earlier with the Keeper of the Moon NPCs and stuff. I think we were trying to think of like one that was plot relevant and we couldn't. But I have just thought of one and I forget her name exactly, and she's not directly relevant to the main story. And I might have mentioned her before. Hold on. Let's see if I can find... Yeah. Talamolco is the one Keeper of the Moon Mikote that is somewhat relevant to the main story. She's the one who helps you investigate the bioweapon in Stormblood in a questline that's technically optional for some reason. And she's also relevant in the Ananta quests. A little bit. We'd be fools to trust our lives to those what don't care a whit. Aye, past time we went south. At least in Ul'dah they don't pretend to look out for the common man. At least in Ul'dah they, like, openly acknowledge that they hate us. I mean, geez, that's quite a statement. Also, classic comedy moment of, she's standing right behind me, isn't she? Incoming. Elder Seedseer, I was just, not. I promise that we are sparing no effort in our hunt for Gleipnir. However, it will take time, and more may suffer before the beast is laid low. Nevertheless, I ask that you place your faith in me, if only for a while longer. I love the Twelveswood and her people with all my heart, and I will not let our enemy torment us forever. I understand. Man's gotta give voice to his worries from time to time, aye? Nothing I want less than to abandon my home. I'll stick around for now. You know, that's a good point. I forgot that the healer quest said that. And also I didn't think of comparing those two statements. A single scratch is enough to spell one's doom, they say. Nothing but to wait for death to come. How can we face a beast like that? Do not give in to despair, my friend. Know that I shall do all in my power to see us through this crisis. Hold fast to hope and encourage others to do so as well. I'll try, Elder Seedseer. Also, there was a nod. I'll try. I know you've placed yourself at risk, leaving the safety of the city and coming here, and that means a lot to me and mine. I'll stay close to the Whalers and pray news of your triumph reaches us soon. Thank you. I promise you that it will not be long. Huh. Gaius is mechanically a Duskwite. That's fascinating. So there's potentially more Duskwite NPCs than we... Is Maxima one? That would make sense, since you're talking about Garleans and whatnot as well. Will that be all for now, Elder Seedseer? Interesting. Well, I mean, like, they would have had the same animations if they were Wildwood Elysian, but... Shrug. Nod. It will. I have done what I can to quell the unrest, but so long as Gleipnir lives, they will never be at peace. One of the characters I'd played as for a while in 1.0 was a Duskwite, I think. I don't have any remaining pictures of her, and her name was completely not in line with the Duskwite naming conventions. Because I named her after the joke Toho OC that I had. Marisu Inaba, which is completely not a Duskwite name. It would, I guess, probably be a valid Rhine name, because I think they have, like, very Japanese names. Valid Vieira name? Everything's a valid Vieira name. I guess that's the joke, but that's not wrong. Also, with the Inaba part, it would be perhaps fitting. I still think about Marisu sometimes. That was a ridiculous character that I had, and I made, like, comics about that were also ridiculous. I make a lot of ridiculous things. Did you know this about me? You might. Glances at a lot of the stream features. Okay, Maxima is a Wildwood. Fair enough. But I think, like, Izel has a skin tone that Wildwoods can't use, so, like, as far as how the game is constructed, that makes sense. If she doesn't have a wholly unique one, I mean. Anyway, it will. I have done what I can to quell the unrest, but so long as Gleipnir lives, they will never be at peace. Also, thank you for liking the ridiculous things that I make. Sometimes simply lending an ear does wonders, as much as must be the case for the elementals, yes? Or do you doubt your chosen course? Sometimes simply lending an ear does wonders, as must be the case for the elementals, right? There is a plot important Keeper of the Moon? That is a... Flamine is not a Keeper of the Moon name, though. That is a Seeker of the Sun name. So if she's mechanically a Keeper of the Moon, she has a Seeker of the Sun's name. The apostrophe convention is not present in... See, like, as far as mechanics go, there aren't that many differences. There's only like a few visual differences, like range of skin tones available, and the eyes and the teeth are like the only differences between the two different types of Mikote, I think. So she's just arbitrarily a moon keeper or keeper of the moon in the code for no reason. I don't know if NPCs all have base stats, but I guess the stats are slightly different. That would be true also. Indeed, you are correct. Today was a welcome reminder of that truth and an important step in our journey. Mayhap I should visit these settlements more often. Doubtless some here think me as distant as the elementals, so rarely do they see me in the outer reaches. You have served me admirably as protectors thus far, for which I am grateful. Yet until we found and laid Glepnir low, I must continue to impose upon your goodwill. Shake head. 'Tis no imposition, Elder Seedseer. You saved me on the killing fields of Cartano. My life is yours now and always. However, I will never have a proper name and will always be addressed as Keeper of the Entwined Serpents. Your life is your own to command, but I thank you for your words, and your conviction which fills me with confidence that the path we walk is true. Even if that path takes us far afield. Did I ever tell you that when I was a young student, I would often steal into the woods with a dear friend of mine, much to the chagrin of our teacher? I was going to say something about how I'm going on a lot of tangents and getting distracted a lot, but it seems that Kane is also getting distracted. There are a lot of Moonkeeper NPCs that use Sunseeker names. Interesting. Blethwiza is one of my retainers and is also... Oh, that is the specific funny thing. Okay. It is silly. Blethwiza has a Seeker of the Sun name while being a Keeper of the Moon, but this is derived from me not knowing that they had a different naming convention when I made up the name of Blethwiza. Anyway, originally, I knew that the second time I made a Blethwiza real. I mean, exist within the game. A Blethwiza might be real somewhere in the world. Waiting, watching, lurking. I don't know. Deep down, I suspect there's still a part of me that yearns to wander where I should not. Phone call. Hey look, it's a Keeper of the Moon NPC. Hey, Landonell, how are you doing today? You were recently relevant in a different role quest. Elder Seedseer, word from the border. We've got ourselves a right bloody mess by the sound of it. Landonell getting to be in 2 separate role quests is actually also pretty funny. Just because he happens to be here. What has happened? Per your earlier instructions, the whalers closed the roads to all travel while we scoured the wood for signs of Glepnir. But now a group of locals are demanding to be let through to into Thanalan. They're terrified by the sound of it, screaming about the creeping death and gods know what else. Despair grips their hearts. If it consumes them wholly, then we may have yet more blasphemies to contend with. I will speak with them. Wild rumors fuel their panic, and with truth and compassion will I convince them to see reason and return to their homes. If anyone can, it's you, Elder Seedseer. We're doing our best to keep them calm for now, but my man's words painted a grim picture. I pray you make your way to the border as quickly as you can. Nod. That's probably all Landonell gets to do in this role quest, but it's still kind of funny that he gets to be in 2. Follow the road south, you'll find him soon enough. My men are doing what they can, but we're soldiers, not mediators. That's a different Final Fantasy Tactic class. And they changed the name to Orator in the re-release on the PlayStation Portable. Landonell is exactly the sort of person who would have a hacked PSP. I say this as someone who has a hacked PSP somewhere. And I don't really think that I'm at all similar to him. But somehow I feel this would be true. Perhaps Landonell's favorite system is the PSP. I bought a used PSP for $100 and then hacked it to download games onto it at some point in my life. I used this feature for like all of 5 games probably, and also I physically own like at least 2 PSP titles, so it was a little bit silly of me to do it in hindsight. It was kind of fun learning how to hack a PSP, though. I don't think this is where I'm supposed to be. No, it's not. But also, I don't know if I knew this was here. Hey, what's this relevant for? This is probably relevant for something. This weird little side area. Huh. Anyway. I misread the map and ended up in a weird little side cave that I forgot existed. It's probably relevant for like one side quest or something. I should just teleport. Yeah, I think I just went completely the wrong way, actually. I see. So there's still not many Keepers of the Moon or Duskwights, and there's about the same number of things that are, at least internally in the code, those things. I shouldn't say things. At least internally in the code, there are about the same number of those two races, I guess. The people here are indeed terrified. I must take care with my words. It's good we arrived when we did. Any later and we might have been met with a bloodier sight. Part of why I'm so sidetracked in talking about so many other things is because I might just not be as invested in this role quest as the other ones. Let us through, damn you! We're standing here while the creeping death nips at our heels. You're telling us to die! Those rumors are false. The Elder Seedseer herself sent word that the creeping death is not responsible for the recent incidents. I don't think it was a shotel, because it curved like twice, and a shotel, from what I recall, is sort of like a blade that has a crescent shape in it once. But this one was more like it was like a wave shape instead of a crescent. And I don't know what the name for that sort of sword is. You mustn't surrender to panic. Return to your homes while we deal with the threat and pay no heed to baseless stories. Stories? Stories? I've seen the dead with my own eyes. Don't tell me what is and isn't true. Hearken to me, my friends. I come before you now to assure you that the creeping death has not returned. Only those who have been wounded by Glepnir are in danger, and so I beseech you to take shelter in your homes until the threat has passed. Glepnir, the beast I saw in the wood. We have to run. It could have followed us. You saw him? Where? Not far from here. Those glistening horns, those terrible chains reaching out to drag you down to the seventh hell. We ran and never looked back. But don't worry, it didn't catch any of us. No one's marked, see? That means we're safe, right? But let's say we weren't quite fast enough. What then? Oh. Its horns and claws are where the venom, not poison, resides, and even a scratch would be cause for concern. Oh. Well, that's not good. Even a little scratch? Then it's too late for me. Is that why my body feels like it's on fire? You told me the branches tripped you. You told me the branches tripped you up. You said that's how it happened. You said. Oh, heavenly winds, guide us to the font of strength. May we drink from it and be made whole. I don't feel any better. Do it again. Do it again. She's continuously channeling. She's trying. It hurts. Help me. conjurer has no effect. There can be no mistake. This is Glepnir's doing. Even so, I ask that you do not lose heart. Stay strong, for if we surrender to fear, the beast has already won. No, I don't want to die. Please, help me. Ah! Well... Get back! He said it wasn't... Why? Why? Liars, liars, all of you, none of us are safe, none of us will... Ah! Well... And then they high-five because they turned into the same blasphemy. And they're like, yo, that's cool. Just kidding, they don't. Despair made manifest, 12 for fend. Is there naught that can be done for these poor souls? Shake head sadly. Not but one thing. I know. We must lay them to rest. Contain the threat. I will say that, like, the music and cinematography of that scene was pretty well done and, like, portrayed more spookily than usual. Scarily, frighteningly. Of course, now we just have regular Realm Reborn battle music to make it less threatening. Also, everyone drew their weapons, but only I'm doing anything. I guess they're all defending the people. Anyways. It was not the poison which triggered the transformation, but despair. Overwhelming despair. We did what we had to. If we'd let the fiends live, the blood of many would have been on our hands. Can't take it. What kind of life is this, waiting to be hunted or be turned into one of them? Matron, have mercy. What were those fiends? Creeping death seems a mercy compared to an end like that. They are at peace. Would that it had not come to this. I was powerless to prevent it. You did all you could, Elder Seetsier. Sucro folding her arms for some reason. Is that what's going to happen to us? Is there no hope? What you witnessed was the fate of those who fall to deepest despair. It feeds upon grief and anguish, and is more deadly than Glepnir itself. But as I swore to you that we shall defeat the blasphemy that haunts our homeland, so too do I swear that despair will not be the end of us. Keep the faith and look to the horizon for brighter days to come. As you say, Elder Seetsier, as you say. Glepnir is not here, and so you are free to return to your homes. I but urge you to take care on the path back. We will, Elder Seetsier. The storm has passed, but a darker tempest roils in the distance. So long as the specter of despair looms, the people will struggle to take any words of comfort to heart. We will see more tragedies like this. Nod. The elementals too cry out for a solution. The longer we struggle to resolve this crisis, the more innocent lives we put at risk. Raya O said we would need to turn to the elementals for assistance, and I know now that she was right. And so I will seek audience with the Great One. However, there are preparations I must attend to first. I shall make the proper ablutions at the Lotus Stand. Pray return to the Adder's Nest and await my summons. Nod. Not to continue being, like, a little bit uninvested or disappointed in this particular role quest, but I'm glad I didn't end on this one. Like, it would have made sense mechanically speaking to end on this one if I was likely to continue playing the game as a tank. But honestly, this seems like the worst one of the set. It's just the one that deals with the least stuff that I'm care about. It's just there's arbitrarily stuff they've made. I don't know. Despite our best efforts, we have been unable to prevent further loss of life. I foresee even greater hardship ahead. As we press on, we mustn't forget the words of the Elder Seed Seer. We must strive to remain undaunted in the face of despair. Nod. She is preparing for her communion with the Great One. When the time is right, she will call upon us both. Until then, my friend, stay strong. Imagine if there were people who turned into blasphemies because they couldn't take hearing 1,000 million advertisements in whenever they were in a town for like the 1,001 nightclubs that exist. I'm thinking about this because there were 2 advertisements in a row, one for a club of sorts and one for some sort of FC. Like in the 2 seconds that I've been in Gridania. Speaking of which, though it hasn't happened recently, I should set myself to busy. Hey look, a 3rd one. Wow, and that one has 4 DJs. The idea of a DJ in this game is still slightly confusing to me. I assume that they're like, hey everyone, look at my Twitch stream where I mix music while you are in this location. Or whatever. But I don't know how there are so many DJs. There are more DJs than there are Astrologian mains, I think. Anyway. The situation has worsened since last we spoke. Gleipnir grows bolder in his attacks, and the conjurers are spread thin in their efforts to attend to the victims. Moreover, we are no closer to finding a means to counteract the blasphemy's poison. I mean venom. With no choice but to wait until death claims them, some are overwhelmed by hopelessness, becoming mad beasts that lash out at their former countrymen. Such tragedies all too easily beget further tragedy, as bereaved loved ones are in turn overcome and share in the same horrid fate. The people speak of these incidents in hushed whispers, afraid that at any moment a monster might appear within their midst. We gotta slay Gleipnir without any further delay. Indeed, let us hope that the Elder Seedseer's efforts to enlist the aid of the elementals are successful, and that united we may at last cleanse the Twelveswood of this evil once and for all. Gasp. Urgent news, Sucro. Gleipnir has ambushed a party of wood whalers. They are engaged with the blasphemy near the Guardian Tree, where the Great One slumbers. This bodes ill. Has it divined the Elder Seedseer's intent? Is it attempting to prevent her from communing with the elementals? In any event, we cannot let Gleipnir harm the tree. 2 other separate advertisements have occurred in the middle of this conversation. You can't see them because of the chat blocking device, which is known as a image. The Elder Seedseer bade us rendezvous with her at Sorrel Haven. We leave at once. I'm going to be distracted wondering how many separate people claim to be Final Fantasy XIV DJs as their, like, profession. I don't know why I say claim to be, because it's obviously a thing that happens that presumably is in some sort of demand, but I don't know why there's so many of them. Well, it looks like people are dead. There's only weapons here. What if the new caster was just a DJ That'd be very funny to me. Battered arms and armor are strewn across the ground, but there's no other trace of man or blasphemy. Well, okay, now there is. They're right here. Bard 2. Yeah. RIP that lightning spray, and that one also. Got too close to a mandatory combat sequence. Obliterated. I see. I think I know what happened here, though I pray that I am wrong. There's no sign of the Wood Whalers save their arms and armor. Seasoned warriors would never cast aside their equipment, but here it lies, and I see not a single body. In the face of certain death, even the bravest among us can succumb to despair. Amogus. Before the blasphemy's venom took them, they transformed. Gleipnir could not have gone far. He may be watching us even now. Be on your guard. The air is thick with corruption. If the Wood Whalers succumb to a man, then we can expect a hard fight. Though I dread the thought of hurting our brave soldiers, we cannot allow the creatures they've become to roam free. Let us form 2 groups to more quickly track down and cull the beasts. Once we've finished, we shall regroup under the boughs of the Guardian Tree. Nod. 2 groups, one of which is entirely Sucro, which I guess is valid. But I don't know if that is a group by the definition of the term. I guess it could be. Anyway, Sucro will kill now. Are all of them the baboon? Imagining one of the Wood Whalers who transformed into this baboon creature having the new funky mode of label appear next to them as they do so. Oh. My Sword Oath stacks went away, precisely as I attempted to use them. You know, also I think it's funny that they're having me split up because this is the tank role quest, and the tank role is sort of defined by protecting others, and here we're going and soloing while the healer and the DPS of the 3 people are running off on their own. Now that I think about it, that's a little bit silly, right? You've laid to rest the last of the turned whalers. Reunite with your companions at Evershade. I forgot that there's just like random regular enemies called Death Gaze around here. Kind of overselling this level 35 monster a little bit. Tree. I don't know why I spun around like that. Tree. I'm looking at the tree. Hello. Our work is done then. The loss of so many brave souls is tragic, but now that they are at peace and the Guardian Tree is... Now they are at peace and the Guardian Tree is safe. Let us take comfort in that. But I but pray that the Great One will hear my plea. Nod. I think she should just yell, "Hey!" after this build-up for like a dramatic speech. I believe this is the same tree where that happened, yes? Ah! Well, that didn't go well. Elder Seedseer, are you hurt? The Great One is filled with fear, an all-consuming fear unlike any I have ever felt. It spoke unto me, and its words were clarion. Drive the evil away! Drive the evil away! Well, that's not very helpful, to be honest. It can think of naught else, and so we will not receive the aid we seek. Not until we can dispel the dread that claws at the forest's very heart. No, this was our last hope. No, I'm here. I'm helpful. I can fight stuff. I'm pretty good at it. We are not alone. Oh. Okay. That's a unique enemy model also, I think. Some sort of behemoth of sorts? There can be no mistake. This is the profane beast, the blasphemy that has mired the Twelveswood in despair. Gleipnir. Stay back! Wiggling. It makes for the guardian tree. We must stop it. I like the brief shot of Gleipnir just wiggling when stuck in the barrier. The poison! I mean venom! You mustn't let it touch you! Such fearsome strength. Sucro, do something. Sucro, do something. Sucro's doing something. But Sucro is having an echo moment. At least she was holding her shield up so she can block while she's having this flashback. In accordance with our covenant, we Pajal have been blessed by the elementals. From the moment we are chosen, we are bound to act as mediators between man and nature. The most skilled among us are honored as Seedseer. Every single time I see Among Us in any context from now on in my life. Sigh. And it is their duty to guide Gridania through times both poor and prosperous. Did they just invent 2 new Pajal for this too? I cannot say which of you will be found more worthy. In my estimation, you both have the potential to become Seedseers. Of that, I become more certain by the day. I've never seen either of these 2 characters before. I think they just invented 2 new Pajal somehow, which also seems strange. Yeah, they're not even like... They're...
Among Us.
True. She's just Pajali girl. I feel like the Pajal are supposed to be like significantly special and unique and stuff, that it's strange for 2 generic ones to suddenly appear. Though I assume they might get names at some point because they appear to be relevant, but I don't know, it just seems strange for Pajali specifically to not be known about before. When you say based on the horns, but they have, these 2 characters have identical horns. This is just a horn style that many Pajali have. I don't want to be a Seedseer. I never wanted to be a Pajal either. I never asked for any of this. Why can't I live a normal life like everyone else? How come I don't get to grow old? Why was I cursed with these ugly horns? I like them, and maybe we didn't choose to be born this way, but I don't think it makes us that different from everyone else. It's a rare gift, a blessing even. And if we can use it to help others, then we should. Don't give up on becoming a seed seer, Kane. Oh. We'd all be worse for it. Okay, no, they're not random Pajal. This is like way flashback. I forgot how they work. A blessing? I never thought of it that way. I suppose I just hated not having a choice. But maybe you're right. See, the reason I didn't think it was a way flashback is because the other Pajal that they were talking to, I think is the White Mage questline one. And they look the same, but Kane looks very different now. So I don't know. Kane! Here I go! Yeah, the Conjurer, not White Mage. Yeah, shrug with 3 question marks sounds about right. Pajali... Is Pajal or Pajali the plural? Or is Pajali just like the descriptive version? The matron is merciful. The elder seed seer has fallen unconscious, but is otherwise unharmed. The blasphemy must not have touched her, for I do not see the telltale mark of venom. Yeah. Everyone is very polite with the Echo, except for that one time, which I don't remember the specifics of. Still, I am no healer, and she should be looked after by those who are. I shall carry her back to Gridania. We must leave before Gleipnir returns. Await me at the Adder's Nest. Hey, speaking of that, doesn't it seem like this might make more sense as the healer questline instead of the tank one? I feel like the roles of the role quests are mostly arbitrary, but this is the first one where I've suddenly had the thought of like, you know, this actually feels like it should be a different role instead of it feels like the role doesn't matter. Anyway, maybe that's just me feeling less enthused about this one in general and thus being more critical. Allow me to thank you again for your assistance. The Elder Seedseer has been delivered into the care of Isumi Yan, and by the grace of the elementals will she make a full recovery. In fact, she's already regained consciousness, but is not yet allowed to receive visitors. We can but wait for now. I don't like the Pajal in general, to be honest, either, because I never like the actually 1,000 years old trope. It's like often uncomfortable and weird. Like, it's not being used in uncomfortable ways in this game, but I'm just so used to it being used in uncomfortable ways in other media that I'm just like, nah, and so on. Actively bad for tank as a concept. It feels like it's dealing a lot with, like, healing. And I did point out that there was a part where they had you, the tank, split up from the healer and the DPS to search stuff, which is very silly. Are there other ways that it's actively bad for a tank? Gods damn it, I was useless. I could do nothing while the Elder Seedseer faced Gleipnir alone. I was to be her shield. That I stand before you while she lies abed is proof of my failure. She wouldn't have wanted you to throw your life away. Kane-senna lives still, and she still requires your protection. She's still alive, and she still needs your help. You truly are the hero of whom the bards sing, aren't you? You've suffered terrible trials, yet you stand tall and resolute. I'm only 5 feet tall. Yeah, that's true. Maybe the point of the role quest is to put the roles in situations where they don't excel? That would only really make sense if the other ones also did anything like that, though. And in most of the other ones, that just doesn't matter, so... I feel like I just did it like there. But maybe I should start like saying answers a little more in character as Sucro rather than just word for word. Because I feel like she doesn't speak like the answer choices do. Anyway. Thank you for your counsel. How close I came to forgetting the lessons of my past. Questioning head tilt? I've spoken of it to few. Truth be told, it brings me shame to recall it. Fade to white, blindingly. I fought at Cartano, not as a soldier of the Eorzean Alliance, but as a conscript in the Garlean Imperial Army. Clad in armor and magitech, another drop in a sea of pitiless metal. You grow numb to the violence and the killing out of necessity. Becomes routine, work to earn your next meal. But then the moon shattered and the dragon emerged, and when the dust had settled, I was another body clinging to life amongst the fallen. I remember staring at the burning sun above, growing weaker, wondering if the heat or an Eorzean blade would finish the job. But it wasn't death that came, but salvation. I was delivered from my well-earned fate by the Elder Seedseer. She deigned to save a man who once bared steel against her people. Her kindness didn't end there. Once my wounds had healed, she welcomed me with open arms. Never did she regard me with distrust, nor did she ever make me feel obliged to repay my debt. She fought not to take life, but to safeguard it. Through our friendship, I came to see the wisdom in that distinction and pledged my remaining years to her service. It would have accomplished nothing to throw myself against Gleipnir in vain, and even if there was profit to be found in the sacrifice, she would not abide it. Your words serve to remind me of this. We will defeat the blasphemy, aye, but we will do so without forsaking that which we hold dear. This I swear. Determined. Also, like, it's funny for him to say, I was supposed to be the shield, when I'm just, like, sitting right here with a shield on my back and a shield next to my name. Like, okay. Sucro, the Elder Seedseer has grown strong enough to receive visitors. Come, we must go to Stillglade Fane at once. She only needed a 5-minute rest. Sucro, the Elder Seedseer has completed her powerful power nap. Yeah. This guy never getting a name is kind of silly considering how important he is to the story of this one. Maybe the idea is that he gave up his name because he doesn't like his past and just his name just is his title to him. That might be being generous with the writing of the questline, but maybe that's like the intention. Certainly one way to interpret it. But yeah, Isumiyan over here looked the same in that old cutscene, but I guess don't think about it. He's not even a recent Monster Hunter character, because in Rise they started giving names to people. He's an old Monster Hunter character. Monster Hunter characters have names now, and it's weird. Elder Seedseer, it fills my heart with joy to see you in better health. I'm gladdened by your presence as well, my friend. Lest you wonder, know that the conjurers found no trace of the poison and or venom in my humors. If you are ready, I would resume our search for Gleipnir. They may be up to the task, but you are not. 'Tis one thing to engage in conversation, quite another to go gallivanting about the Twelveswood hunting a blasphemy. I'm aware you are a conjurer of surpassing skill and would not presume to gainsay your judgment, but have my wounds not healed? Those visible to the naked eye, perhaps. I worry that the strain of your communion with the Great One has taken a toll on you in ways we may struggle to perceive. The Great One is a being of purest ether, and you are exposed to its unbridled despair, its raw terror. There may be consequences. I am aware of that, but Gleipnir must be stopped. Until the blasphemy is laid low, people will continue to die. How am I to carry out my duties cloistered here? How am I to deliver the forest and its people from this despair? 'Tis your duties that demand you remain. I understand your frustration, but if you were to fall in battle, if your guiding light you bear were to fade, then all Gridania would be lost. Rest, Kane. Rest and gather your strength so that when the time comes and you are fit to do what must be done and face full life consequences, in the meantime, trust in your allies. I sort of misread that and then immediately got distracted by a specific series of words that conjures memes to mind. But you get the idea. Probably. You are right. That said, I see no reason I cannot join in planning our next step. As you said before, a conversation is quite unlike gallivanting about on a hunt. Nod. Our encounter with Gleipnir has made it plain that we cannot hope to triumph over it as we are. Only with the Great One's power can we achieve victory. When the 7th Umbral Calamity was nigh, the Great One committed a portion of its boundless strength to extend a barrier over heaven and earth, the Ermin Hedge. Thus was the Twelveswood spared the worst. If we could convince it to again lend us even a small measure of that power, we would need not fear the poison and or venom. Therefore, I believe we should pour our efforts into placating the elementals, that we might earn their favor. That sounds like something I don't want to do. Hey, I'm pretty sure this is a White Mage levels exclusive option here. We must make your voice heard then, yes? We must show that we are not the enemy. Or the quieting worked before, it may again. I'm pretty sure that's a White Mage levels only option in the tank questline, which is another indicator that maybe this should be the healer questline. Perhaps. Let's say it for the heck of it. I don't even remember what the quieting was. Quieting worked. Maybe that'll work again? Ah, of course, you are the inheritor of Etawa's will. Raya O and Arun praised the wisdom and bravery you displayed that day. Indeed, we were very nearly overrun by the creatures the Great One called to its defense. But this time is different. The Great One quakes with such fear that it cannot even bear to behold its enemy, let alone fight it. And so we must first find a way to dispel this fear that binds it and reassure it that together we can defeat Gleipnir. Only then will it hearken to our words. Right. Big fancy ritual where you make the Great One calm down. Got it. Not. I don't think White Mage Sucro is canon, but I was intrigued by the White Mage option there. I too think that we must gain a greater understanding of what drives Gleipnir. It seems to bear a resentment toward the elementals, the Great One in particular. Why? I pondered this question myself. Lingering memories of the person Gleipnir once was may be responsible. Reports from Razat Han suggest this is likely the case, in fact. If we could but ascertain the original identity of the blasphemy, but where are we even to begin our investigation? Hey Sucro, you might want to, yeah, there you go. Bring up the vision. You were granted a vision of Gleipnir's past, and I was there. Then I may know who he is, or was. As do I, the boy who trained alongside Kane in her youth. Easura Supen. After all these years, is this what became of him? Easura Supen is my guess. Ah, you mentioned him briefly before. Were you close? Nod. I wish the fading to white would stop happening. Easura was Pajali like me. Okay, that answers maybe whether or not that's a plural. But he had never known his parents and devoted himself wholly to his studies. He embraced the role the forest had bestowed upon him, and truth be told, he was a much better student than I ever was. A fair assessment. Despite your esteemed heritage, you never took to my lessons as well as he, ever dreaming of the outside world. Stealing off into the woods more times than I can count. I could not keep watch over you at all hours, not even if I tried. The Elder Seedseer, a rebellious spirit, I can scarce imagine it. I resented being a Pajal. It was not inconceivable to me that I could not live among the others, and I did not scruple to express. Bleh, I was surprised by that.
Let me take a shot at it. I hate him. Easura Supen.
Okay, I guess I was correct as far as Calico is concerned. I was startled by the redeem noise, and yet I did not scruple to express my misgivings to Esumiyan at every opportunity. To challenge everything. Yeah, Sura, sports. Supin is sports in the language of the elementals, clearly. Iasura was a pillar of constant support and constant sports. It was thanks to his encouragement that I at last embraced my destiny and resolved to use my gifts for the greater good. We would become seed seers together, I believed, until one fateful day when we were gathering herbs in the forest at Esumiyan's behest. We met a wanderer hailing from a distant land who told us his beloved was with child, and that he had traveled to Gridania to beseech the Great One for a painless birth. He asked us to guide him to the Guardian Tree. However, entry into such sacred places was not ours to permit, and there was something odd about his demeanor besides. With regret, I refused him, but Easura was loath to turn away a goodly stranger in need. He agreed to guide the man, despite my protestations. I ran to Esumiyan as fast as I could, and together we made haste to the Guardian Tree. We found the man motionless on the ground, having succumbed to the Great One's rage, and next to him was Easura, alive but unconscious. In time he recovered and related the whole story. In truth, the man had been an adventurer, a seeker of wealth and glory, and as he had knelt to make false supplications, he lunged forward to tear a branch from the Guardian Tree. He was yet a child, and Easura had no inkling of the darkness that could dwell within men's hearts. He learned the lesson that day, but the price he paid for it was great indeed. The Great One stripped Easura of his horns, and with them the right to call himself a Pajal. I was forced to expel him from the Fane. That's a thing that can happen? Okay. That's a little concerning. I never saw him again, nor heard a word of what had become of him, though not for lack of trying. Despite his hardships, did he remain in the Twelveswood all this time, I wonder? He dreamed of naught else but becoming seed seer, of a life in service to the people in the forest. He knew the weight of the responsibility and was eager to bear it. Yeah, the elementals are very one-strike you're out. Interesting also that, knowing that Easura lost his horns, and seeing as how the blasphemy he became has a horn, but just one. I don't know, that's something. But he was deprived of that purpose by the very elementals he loved, and yet he did not lose that will to serve, I suspect, and instead resolved to watch over the Twelveswood in his own way. Nod. I shudder to think of what could have hastened his transformation into Gleipnir, as if his life was not harsh enough. Sucro's folding her arms a lot in this one. I guess it's supposed to be like a thinking pose, but it makes her look annoyed instead. Were there a bunch of horns? There was one, like unicorn horn type of horn in the center, but there might have been a bunch of other ones. In our final conversation, Easura confided in me that he would search for a means to calm the Great One's rage and earn absolution. To that end, he said that he would seek the counsel of the Mughals. Oh, so he turned into the blasphemy because of the endless fetch quests that they had him do. They have called the Twelveswood home for far longer than we have, and so none are more like to have knowledge of its most hidden workings. That comes as no surprise. He would not give up so easily on his dream. Even if the Mughals knew not of Easura, they may be able to help us in other ways. Will you travel to the Bramble Patch in my stead, Sucro? I have faith they will accept you with their charismatic aplomb. Leave it to me. I hope they don't give me any fetch quests to do, though. I shall remain with the Elder Seedseer. Though I would gladly join you in battle against all manner of fearsome foes, I think myself ill-equipped to contend with Mughal mischievousness. And I know you are a storied veteran of such mighty struggles. Okay, that line is fun. There's at least a little bit of funny dialogue here and there. Kupo, etc. There were two other advertisements. No, it was a single two-part advertisement. I find that strange. I'm not used to people advertising all of their free companies and clubs and whatnot in Gridania. That's usually the sort of affair that takes place in other major cities in this game. Anyway, I'm going to be right back. And you know what that means? It means I have to flip a coin, and then you have to bet. If you want. That's right, it's time for...
Pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Aw yeah.
Wait. The DK rap at the same time? That must have been audio chaos. Congratulations to the winners. Condolences to the losers. that nope emote that was posted after the result, I'm not sure if that is in response to losing or response to the DK rap and this or that happening at the same time. But it is a very funny emote. Anyway. Hello. That emote is my ongoing response to the poison and venom mix-up, happening about 27 times. I think I vaguely heard like some of it in the distance, since I was nearby to the computer a little bit during that stepping away. I couldn't make out any words. Whisker will coop-de-coop. Ahem, surely you can see that I am armed. If it's all the same to you, we don't want any. Move along, Koopo. Coop-de-coop? From boss fight? What are you doing here? I thought you were supposed to throw me for a loop, and then I have to brave a wall of whiskers to find your troop or whatever. Huh, quite a peculiar face you have, Koopo. Familiar, too. You wouldn't be the self-same warrior who gave the legendary Moggles guard what for, would you? Silkro, was it? Oh, I guess they must have cured the tempering of the Moogles here. Nod. Aha, it's an honor to meet you. Allow me to thank you personally for bringing that silliness to an end. Pukwa Pika's the name. What brings you to our neck of the Twelveswood? I need to know about history. Why, what a pleasant coincidence. We were just discussing how we ought to go about calming the elementals, Koopo. That blasphemy with the dreadful horns has got them on edge, and for good reason. I've had to ask my personal guard here to sleep with one eye open. In case you haven't noticed, the beast's corruption has been spreading all throughout the woods. Needless to say, we've all got to stand up and put the Twelveswood to rights. Raya O suggested that the Moogles contribute by scouring the forest for even the smallest signs of taint. Got to cleanse it before it gets out of hand, you know. Difficult and time-consuming work. But if it's in service to the forest, then we'll gladly do it, Koopo. Or we'll do it gladly, Koopo. Hey, I know you! You're the adventurer who gave me some of my finest scars. Coop-de-coop of the Moggles Guard. No hard feelings about the whole Hail to the King Koopo bit, I hope. Not going to call for a rematch either, in case you're worried about that. Raya O and the others cured us of our tempering, and afterwards sat us down for a stern lecture. No more calling upon good King Moggle the 12th for us. May he ever remain unsummoned in his royal grace and splendor. Indeed, and what better way to make up for past indiscretions than to serve the realm? Even now our kin scour every ilm of the Twelveswood, and we would be remiss not to do our part. I do like that the formerly tempered Moggles Guard are here now, though I wish they had been in the quest earlier, then I would have cared more. Because that's an interesting thing to revisit. It took them a while to get to the part where there's an interesting thing to revisit, which is the core conceit of the other role quests in Endwalker. We would be overjoyed to have a hero such as you helping us as well, if you're willing. Something tells me you have a sharp eye for the taint we seek to cleanse. Can we count on you, Koopo? Leave it to me. Your reputation for magnanimity is well deserved. Let's begin by moving to higher ground, that we may survey the area and locate any particularly nasty spots of blight. What if the whole Gridanian questline had been about one of the Moggles Guard turning into the blasphemy instead? Is that even possible? What? Okay, that's funny. You have to fly to speak with to an NPC. This is the only time this has ever happened in the game, I think, where you have to fly to speak with someone. That's pretty funny, honestly. Oh, you were able to make your way up here after all. I was worried you'd be stuck. Apologies for leaving you behind, but it's so easy to forget that your kind lack wings, Koopo. I've got a motorcycle. I won't tell anyone where I got it, though. Now then, where is it? It's also the only time you have to fly in a Realm Reborn zone for a quest, probably. There, to the south! Let's cleanse that festering taint at once. Could we stop saying that word? I know that they say that word all the time in the White Mage quests and stuff too, but can we stop that? Plot relevant corruption. The grass here is so brittle, Kupo. Restoring this area will surely put pep in the Great One's step. If it had feet, that is. Plot relevant corrupted sprite. Oh no. I did it! I completed a fate. I totally did that. It was definitely me. I did nothing. That was some fine work, Kupo. I dare say it's in even better shape than it was before. Realm Reborn comedy music is playing. The others are doubtless flittering about, stamping out corruption wheresoever it rears its hideous head. If I were the Great One, I would be applauding our efforts. Well, insofar as such a being without hands can clap, I suppose. Oh, goes the plot-relevant corruption cleansing, Coop-de-Coop. I did what I could, but I swear as soon as I finish with one area, 2 more start manifesting a fresh plot-relevant corruption. I can't decide on the voice for Coop-de-Coop. The forest's ability to heal itself is waning, and this sickness is spreading too fast for even a legion of Moogles to manage. If we don't come up with a better solution soon. The situation is more grave than we'd imagined, Kupo. Oh, what do we do? We should maintain our efforts to purify the forest regardless, but since there are only so many of us, we must also help the forest to remember how to help itself. A brilliant idea, I think. How do we go about doing that? Well, I was just getting to that part, Kupo. I've got it! We performed the friending! I think so? I mean, the overall problem that the forest doesn't like is that there is a blasphemy here. And I think the smoke is the despair of the Great One manifesting corruption and less like Gleipnir related. Maybe. That's my guess anyway. The friending? What in the name of good King Moggle Mog 12 may he shower us with love and compassion and Kupo nuts is that? Truth be told, I couldn't remember the ancient rite's name, so I just made something up on the spot, Kupo. Well, let's forget about that now and move on to the stuff I do remember. It's an old ceremony, first performed when the nation of Gridania was but a spark of an idea of a random thought in its founders' heads. They knew that if they were to establish a home within the Twelveswood, that they would first have to entreat the elementals for permission. So a mage in their company found and cleansed a few sources of foul ether, planting saplings in their place, and consecrated the soil with a prayer to show the forest the purity of their intentions. The elementals were so taken with his display that not only did they permit his people to settle within the forest—
Hello, my name is Coop. Please like, comment, and subscribe, then friend me on Kupobook, so I can properly defeat evil.
RPG where there is a move that has power directly proportional to, like, the number of friends or followers you have within the game somehow. Assuming the game has such a mechanic. Thank you for petting Calico. The elementals were so taken with this display that not only did they permit his people to settle within the forest, they also bestowed upon him their blessing as proof of their new covenant, Kupo. Ah, I remember now. The Gridanians still honor the agreement to this day. For every tree that is cut down, a sapling is planted. Thank you for petting Calico. So if we follow history's example, we can soothe the forest's pain and also nourish it with new life. That's right, Kupo. Nod. Oh, but I wasn't finished with the story. Remember the mage who planted the sacred saplings? He was none other than Joran, sire of Iohakpota, the very first Bajal. From that day forward, the elementals would bless a select few heroes with horns, favoring them with their fellowship. The Pajal were exalted by all the peoples of the Twelveswood. Even we Moogles look upon them with awe, and that's how it all began. Sucro's folding her arms again. Something wrong, Kupo? You have a strange look on your face. Glepnir may be a Pajal, a former Pajal at least, or Glepnir's poison is particularly deadly against heroes. Is that even established, or is this conjecture? I mean, it's just coincidental that it's been mostly heroes. Glepnir might be a Pajal. How dreadful, Kupo. Well, what exactly are you saying? There's prior creeping death lore? I thought there wasn't. Or do you mean like it was early in the questline and I've already forgotten it? So the man you think may have become Glepnir was a Pajal stripped of his blessing, and a blasphemy kills with a poison that manifests symptoms that resemble those of the creeping death. I feel sorry for this Aesura, to love the elementals only to be shunned by them, to be surrounded by the beauty of the Twelveswood and know that he was forever an outsider, all for a child's mistake. But despair could easily have caused him to turn. One-off Realm Reborn side quest in the official role-playing forum. Wow, okay. And this poison that preys upon those who bear the Twelveswood's blessing, the heroes, just like the creeping death once did, might be another manifestation of that despair. Nod. That would explain the elemental's unease, Kupo. We must redouble our efforts to plant saplings or they might never speak to us again. Do you think the elementals feel regret of what they did to Aesura, maybe? I wonder if that's possible for them. I do remember that big list, and I think that big list is like, might be slightly outdated or like differs slightly from how they are actually written in Stormblood. I feel like there's some differences between what's present in the game and the list of steppe tribes, but I'm not entirely sure. Indeed. Well, first things first, we must gather as many saplings as we can. Sucro, wait for us at the Adder's Nest and make ready for a long and backbreaking day. It's kind of like fetch quests, but different. The idle animation of those boars, they're kind of rocking out a little bit. They're jamming to something. Welcome back, Sucro. Did the Moogles have any insight into our problems? Well, yeah, kinda. A reenactment of the ceremony which laid the foundation of Gridania, a fitting plan given the gravity of the threat our nation now faces. As ever, there is much work to be done before we can even begin. While the Moogles gather saplings, we shall continue to scour the Twelveswood for new beasts that must be purged. Let us pray that the Elder Seedseer regains her strength quickly as well. For now, take a rest, my friend. It's a rare indulgence these days, and one you've earned 1,000 times over. Nod. What level is the main quest right now? 86. Okay, so I guess you're expected to be about level 86 when you get here. Or when you get to the role quests part, rather. Glepnir has not been seen since our last encounter. This brief respite may be our best chance to quell the Great One's terror. I'm just wondering because I'm trying to think about when you would actually have opportunity to, quote, take a break if you were doing this, like, at level. Make way for the saplings, Kupo! We've had plenty of practice cultivating our gardens, so selecting the most robust ones was a simple matter. That was the hardest work, so you can help us with the easy part. If you see a spot of corruption, cleanse the plot-relevant corruption and plant the sapling in its place, Kupo. Do it enough times and the Great One is sure to understand that we're doing all we can to heal the forest, which ought to brighten its mood. We'll see to the East Shroud. You should have no trouble taking care of the rest, Kupo. Determined. Your efforts are much appreciated. We'll begin without further delay. I trust you will not object to my company. I dare say healing the forest is one task for which I am more qualified than most. Kane, no, Odin is going to appear and bonk you on the head with a cartoon hammer for some reason. Elder Seeds here, are you well enough to leave the city? I should like to think I have been for some time. In any event, Isumi has finally grown tired of my objections and ceased his attempts to detain me further. Allow me to be the one to consecrate these saplings. It would be an honor to offer words of thanks to the forest for its bounty. Please do, Kupo. A prayer from the Elder Seedseer herself will surely hasten their growth from tiny sapling to towering tree. Nod. Such is my hope. As Yorin did before me, I shall approach the Great One in friendship, that it might see through the veil of fear that blinds it and remember our covenant. Nod. Let us begin by cleansing all traces of corruption in the central shroud. To Green Tier, I sense that the flow of ether has become warped there. Impressive, Kupo. Not even my keen eyes could spot corruption from such a distance. Nod. It is but one of many talents I owe to the elementals. Well then, shall we be on our way? Even more advertising, briefly while I was here. At least 2 instances of it. Sorry to keep pointing that out, but it does strike me as strange how common it is at this particular moment in time and in Gridania. Maybe these are prime advertising hours, but I didn't think Gridania was a major location for such a practice. Also, I just kind of ramble about whatever happens, so of course I'm talking about it. This blight upon the forest must be cleansed. When you have finished, I shall consecrate the sapling and soil with prayer. I shall keep watch for errant beasts. These are activities that are extremely, you do these in the White Mage quests. Oh yeah, that's a good point. People are probably showing back up for 6.5. I would have expected the advertising to be primarily in like Limsa on this server though. I had already kind of forgotten that 6.5 just happened because I'm not close to there yet. Not really. In gratitude for your boundless blessings do I offer this gift. May it nourish you as you nourish us. At last the earth is cleansed. There is a settlement not far from here. We should tell them of this sapling, bid them watch over and keep it safe from harm. Nod. Of course, Elder Seedseer. I shall relay your words forthwith. It will give the people hope to know that they can aid in the restoration of the Twelveswood. Thank you, and now we must go. Why are we rotating the camera? To Silent Arbor. There something foul impedes the flow of ether. Let us hurry. I still think it would be very funny for Odin to appear. Look, the flowers here have withered and died. I shudder to think what the forest would look like if this were allowed to spread. Pray see to the corruption, that I may plant and bless the sapling. That's probably what the spinning is. It just seems a little bit silly. And I feel like you should be really careful when doing things like spinning the camera, fading to bright white, shaking the screen, etc. Because none of that stuff is particularly pleasant to look at. I spun randomly earlier in the stream and I was immediately like, why am I doing this? I regret this slightly. The injury has begun to heal and our next destination lies to the north. Near Hurstmill, I believe. 'Tis faint, for we are far from the source. Nevertheless, I am certain it is there. Come. Nod. Also, I get that unnamed guy is mostly here as like the personal bodyguard of the Seedseer, but I feel like having him contribute to the fights, at least visually, would like add something, probably. Because he's not done anything. He feels like he's there to contribute, and then he does not. Oh yeah, the crafting quest that I'll never do in my life, even though I need to. Because I'm just not... I just don't enjoy the crafting. But I need to do that at some point. Anyway. So close to the hamlet. Is nowhere safe? Where must the people seek shelter from this corruption? Tis fortunate that the corruption here is faint. A simple prayer should suffice to cleanse the soil, after which we may plant the sapling. And then Odin appears. No, not really. I sense no other disruptions in the etheric flow, which leads me to believe that the Mughals may have already seen to the remainder. Indeed, the Twelveswood sighs with a contentment I have not felt in a long while. But will it serve to placate the Great One, I cannot say. Not until we visit the Guardian Tree. Excuse me, but you're the elder Seedseer, aren't you? What brings you all the way to our village? Corruption that had upset the balance of ether, but that we have since cleansed with prayer and saplings. Thus has the Twelveswood reclaimed a measure of peace. You've been planting trees? We have. The elementals have suffered much of late, and with these offerings we endeavor to raise their spirits. Elder Seedseer, I've got to protest. What of your people's spirits, we who dread every step we must take out of doors? Gasp. The terrible monster is still out there, preying upon innocent folk without rhyme or reason. If it doesn't strike us dead where we stand, its poison will finish the job. I mean venom. I know that you are afraid, that you and yours suffer still. However, 'tis under the auspices of the elementals that we may call the Twelveswood home, and they too cry out for deliverance. Even the Great One quakes with fear for the blasphemy's continued existence. To ignore their plight is to invite greater tragedy for us all. Rest assured, however, that I have not forgotten the needs of the people. We bring comfort to the elementals and renew our sacred ties that we might enlist the aid of the Great One in combating Gleipnir and the suffocating despair it spreads. And so I pray you continue to put your faith in our guardians and me. Would that we could, Elder Seedseer, but we've been dealing with death and sickness since before Gleipnir's coming. They say the creeping death's nothing to fear these days, but we know better. One of ours caught it not long ago. We gave her the cure, had plenty on hand, and for a while we thought it'd be alright. But by the time we realized it hadn't done a damn thing, it was too late to call for a conjurer. It was a sad day for all of us when she passed, but for none more so than our poor husband, Supin. Oh, Oh, he was beside himself with grief, and who could blame him? And then came Glepnir to compound our woes. Supin? It cannot be. Do you speak of Eosura, Supin? Eosura? No, Supin was an odd one, but no one mistake him for a Pajal. Supin wasn't even his real name. That'd be Elenia. But his wife was fond of calling him Supin for some reason, caught on with the rest of us. I see. And what did Elenia look like? Well, I'd say he'd seen no more than 30 summers. Kept to himself, came and went with nary a word at times. After he met his beloved, he became more of a fixture, friendly even. His wife was a sickly lass, but she had spirit. But spirit's not enough to beat the creeping death. Pity we couldn't do anything for her. So the creeping death happened before Glepnir happened. Which is strange and concerning. He'd finally found a new life for himself here. Thank you for recounting Elenia's story. Sad though it was, it has helped me to better understand how much you've all suffered. I promise that you will have cause for celebration soon. Until then, I implore you again to place your faith in the elementals and in me. Together we shall overcome this crisis. Nod. Even though, like, 1 second ago they weren't able to do that. Okay, sure. Despite what he said, I'm certain that this Elenia was Eosura Supin. To think that he was living so close by for all those years, searching for new purpose and finding true love. Only to be robbed of that fulfillment, too. Were he still a Pajal empowered by the elementals, could he have saved her? He would have dwelt on the question night after sleepless night. I know I would have. Mayhap in the end he came to blame the elementals for his helplessness, for her death, and in despair was consumed. Aye, the animosity would linger, endure, and in vengeance would Glepnir find its final purpose. We've done all we can to show the Great One the purity of our intent. Let us hope that we will be accepted as friends. Nod. They made it sound like the creeping death had, like, disappeared, but this means that some strain of it did suddenly re-emerge before Glepnir did. Which does in turn theoretically mean that even if we defeat Glepnir, we haven't solved the plague that now exists. Because it's been proven just now to be independent of Glepnir. At least that one case of it was. Which is likely to be a plot point that gets ignored after this questline entirely. Suffering was Eosura's constant companion. Nay, it is still. For his sake and ours, we must deliver him peace. Our supplications cannot have escaped the Great One's notice. May it be enough to receive an audience. This feels like it's a little shorter than the other role quests too, but maybe I just forgot how long they were. Because we're getting close to the last one. O Great One, may I abide ever beneath your boughs, embraced by your compassion, grace, and wisdom. Be still the fear within your heart and know that I am your faithful servant. Well, that's a better response than before. Is the Great One going to speak through you? Or do you just float while you talk? Oh. Is this the first time we've actually spoken to any of the elementals in any capacity? Hello and welcome. We're near the end of the tank role quests. They have been, I would say that definitely the tank role quests are the worst ones in Endwalker so far. To summarize my reasoning, they're dealing primarily with stuff that is not revisiting old plot points or characters that I was like, and this is just something that is entirely new outside of maybe some like outside of the game things or like side quests somewhere that I didn't do. It's dealing with it, like the other role quests all dealt with stuff that we'd encountered before, and this one is dealing with something that is not really relevant before now. And also I just don't think that they're super well written or anything. I don't think Asura is her high school boyfriend. I think he's just a guy. But it, like, the Company of Heroes is characters we've seen before, and like, and also that was dealing with like the whole Sahagan situation, which is a plot point we've seen before. This is just like a plague that we hadn't heard about at any point. And like Gridania and the elementals and stuff to some degree, that's just, it's not, this is the least interesting subject to me. There was a brief ray of hope when they were like, oh yeah, we untempered the Moggle's Guard. And I was like, that would have been a more interesting thing to focus on, I think. Anyway, all feeling. Passing corruption refreshed. Renewed green, flesh restored. Child of child, covenant honored, friend, friendshipped, peace. I mean, I think the elementals could be interesting, but they don't really do much with them. I wouldn't say I'm disinterested in Gridania and the elementals. I would just say I don't really like the elementals, probably. I don't know. It is subjective, though. But so far, the tank ones are my least favorite in Endwalker, and I'm definitely sure about that. It worked! The Great One speaks through the Elder Seedseer. Also, this guy never gets a name for some reason. We were right to follow Yoren's example. Smile. The corruption is but one aspect of a greater threat. We beseech your help to slay Gleipnir. We need your help to slay Gleipnir. Profanity's spawn, despair's orphan, sadness and anger, sadness, death's prayer, one and all. Poison, I mean venom. Also, they mix up poison and venom like 1,000 times, and it's irksome. It's venom. It's venom because it's caused by the creature with the venom doing a thing. That's not poison, that's venom. Poison, I mean venom potent. Wounds unmending, withering bark, no strength to share. After all we have done, you deny us? After all the Elder Seedseer has endured, she's pledged herself to you, devoted her life to the Twelveswood. The people cried out for salvation, and she answered. The elementals cried out for deliverance, and she answered. Only you can help us now. I don't actually know why we need the Great Elemental's help either, because I think I can just hit it with a sword. If you do not, then we are lost. She is lost. Please, I beg you. It's not well established why we need help here. We beg you. Hello, everybody. What are you doing here? We've been dependent on the Seedseers all our lives, blaming them whenever something goes wrong, without ever considering what we might do ourselves. I guess that's probably true. I guess Sucro probably can't tank that, that's probably true. Unless she just can for some reason. I could use my invincibility cooldown, it's fine. Aye, but no longer. The Elder Seedseer has gone to incredible lengths for her people, even though we didn't believe she had 5 minutes ago, and so her people have come to return the favor. If her plea alone is not convincing enough, then we will raise our voices in support. We couldn't let them make the journey without protection. That and we couldn't let them put us to shame. We too have come to stand with the Elder Seed Seer and beseech the Great One for aid. We all want the same thing, don't we? Peace restored to the forest, so please share what you can, however little. Do not forsake us, do not forsake her. This would be very... I don't know, maybe it's just my opinion on the storyline as a whole, but this would work better if they hadn't been doubting Kanai Senna, like, literally in, like, the last scene that we saw? Or, like, a scene or two ago? This is a very quick turnaround for random villagers of the areas. Kane, Covenant's child, walks with man, with elemental, keeper of ancient faith unbroken. Cannot, will not break faith, to man render up flesh. Then you agree to help us? Flesh, branches, take and join to oldest elders, renew bond as one stir. Raise up to heaven's covenant's symbol, our staff, all join, all bloom, all peace. Okay. Raise the staff. I assume that's what it was, what was trying to be communicated. Maybe. My duty weighed heavy on my heart. So heavy that at times I scarce remembered to breathe. For days and nights I worried that I would be found wanting. Oh, another thing I didn't mention, as for why this is my least favorite role quest of Endwalker, is that it really feels like it should have been the healer one. Like, there's constant healing related stuff going on, and like nothing tank related. And it was mentioned earlier that this is like, there's specifically, we're dealing with a one-hit kill move, and that's something you can't tank, which is funny. But like, there's constant references to healing stuff. There's direct references to the White Mage quests. There's options for if you have White Mage levels. There's like specific dialogue and references to that. This should be the healer questline. I would like it more if it fit with the healer, and like if it fit with the role that it was assigned to. For days and nights I worried that I would be found wanting. But by your faith and trust has the path forward been revealed to us. You came hither united in purpose and bared your hearts before the Great One. Aye, nay, Gridania is forever in your debt. And now there are sparklies. Zelda item floating down. I thought she was gonna like hold both of her hands up and do the da 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 type of thing. Oh, everyone gets one. I do like the connection here between the Great One willingly giving branches of the tree and the backstory of the guy trying to steal a branch from the tree being what got Aosura, like, Aosura's Pajal-ness taken away. I like the connection there. Sucro doesn't get one, I guess. May I rely on you all once more? I bid you take these branches to every corner of the Twelveswood and join them to the eldest trees, that we might finally win free of this despair. It shall be done, Elder Seedseer. We swear it. Nod. Once the trees have been bound together in spirit, I shall carry out the Great One's final instruction and cast its cleansing power all across the Twelveswood. Yet I must remind you, my friends, that Gleipnir still stalks the forest. It will not remain idle. It will attempt to stop us. Go with hope in your hearts, but do not lose sight of the danger. Determined, and nod. Cannot every tank heal? I think even Dark Knight has some self-healing, right? Probably less than the other three, but still. I admit, for a moment I thought it wouldn't work, but the Elder Seedseer moved not only the hearts of the people, but that of the forest itself. Oh, Dark Knight can't heal others. Okay, fair. Right, yeah, they get the Blackest Night instead. Nod. Her final task appears to be a bit more complicated than the Great One made it sound, and so she must scour the ancient text before the time comes and consult with the Seedseer Council to make sure all goes according to plan. This is a funny text box of justifying that it's the next quest. It's just as well. We will need to wait until the others have joined the Great One's branches to the many ancient trees scattered throughout the Twelveswood. Then, of course, there is the matter of Gleipnir. He will not go peacefully as we work to hasten his demise. When he comes, we must be ready. Here's some coconut cod chowder. I now have 3 of this entirely from roll quests, which is kind of funny to me. Impeccable timing as always, Sucro, but moments ago the Elder Seedseer sent word to go and fetch you. Questioning head tilt? She's already on her way and will explain everything herself when she arrives. Maybe it's preparing coconut cod chowder? I mean, we only got it from 3 of the role quests, unless the ranged physical DPS one might also give it to us. But it's not a universally being prepared in these quests dish. But maybe it is, I don't know. Maybe it is the source of despair. I've actually played Warrior a little bit recently too, because I wanted to see how much experience doing Fates in Basia gives you. Turns out it's a lot, but like I just picked a job that I had at a level that could enter Basia, which happened to be Warrior at 70. And wow, Warrior is really difficult to kill, huh? I soloed entire groups of enemies no problem in Basia, which is kind of funny. Warrior is actually pretty fun, and I might be a little bit less bothered by those couple of animations that I didn't like. And I made a cool outfit that I like for it. I like my Warrior outfit that I made. I'll show it to you soon, maybe. I also like my Machinist outfit a lot, but I've shown that one on stream already. The children of the Twelveswood, both Moogle and man alike, have sallied forth, branches in hand, to the far reaches of the forest. Soon their task will be completed. Though the shadow of death yet looms large, they do not allow despair into their hearts. They hold fast to their faith in a brighter future. We shall see their hope rewarded, and by the grace of the elementals consign these grim days to memory. We need only succeed in summoning the Ermine Hedge. You may recall that the Great One's words were muddled and esoteric. I believe it was an instruction to carry out this esoteric ceremony in order to expunge the corruption befouling the forest, that the once tainted earth may begin to mend. For you see, when the Ermine Hedge was last was formed, it was to protect the Twelveswood from threats without. The Great One acted as a guardian, embracing the woods to shield them as a father would his child. Sucro wouldn't like that particular line of dialogue too much, probably. She'd be like, well, never mind. On this occasion, however, we will call upon it to nourish and revitalize as a mother nurses her child to make them strong against sickness. In channeling the power of the elementals in this way, we can stem the spread of Gleipnir's poison, and the scars of venom, and the scars of its passing will finally heal. At least, that's what the Great One intended to say, I believe. The Seedseer Council agrees with my interpretation and has permitted me to perform the ceremony. Nod. Sure, whatever. I only sort of absorbed anything that you said. I sort of, like, zoned out a little bit while I was reading that somehow. I have in my possession a single branch, the final one to be attached to the eldest tree of the Twelveswood. For all that you've done to aid us thus far, I ask you accept this honor. Who better to set the final stone in this new foundation for everlasting peace? You who have sacrificed so much for the sake of others. If we had even a sliver of your courage, we could move mountains. Smile. Leave it to me. Thank you, my friend. We will find the tree of which I spoke in front of the Leatherworkers Guild. Let us depart. It's kind of funny that this one is just in the town.
This whole thing smacks of gender, I holler as I overturn Evershade, the guardian tree, and turn the fourth son of the fourth astral moon into the fourth son of plot-relevant corruption.
Thank you. The reason Sucro would object to that is specifically because she didn't have her father around when she grew up. But, you know. Anyway, my warrior glamour, I like it. I haven't seen it with this hairstyle before, but I like this. It's meant to evoke the image of a Nemean Marine. Many attempts have been made at this, but like, from what I gather, but I feel like I have a unique take on the idea. But yeah, this is not literally the Nemean Marine battle axe that you can acquire, but it is the same model as it. This is just the deep gold battle axe. It's not even glamored because I'm level 73. In fact, it does kind of feel like a tactics thing. I might level up Warrior more too, because I do like the gameplay of it. The two animations that I'm not super fond of are like the shake it off one because of like being wrapped in thorns, but breaking out of them, it's easy to recontextualize that as a like, screw you, I don't have to worry, I can conquer things that upset me or whatever. And the other one being Holmgang and like chaining stuff, but if I can recontextualize these animations in ways that upset me less, then it's good. Anyway, while I'm here, I will show you the hairstyle that's intended to be used with this outfit. Yeah, the chain thing is kind of arbitrary, that's true. So, this is the hairstyle I intend to use with this outfit. This is the Lexan Tales from the Evil East raids. But also, like, I found that this hairstyle works weirdly well with, like, every Sucro outfit, actually. And, like, Sucro in general, it surprises me. I didn't think this fit her vibe at all, but it actually does. It works really well for her. Like, here it is on this warrior outfit. It works well, it fits the vibe of the outfit and whatnot. Also, it's still funny to see Sucro do this. This does not really fit the vibe of Sucro, but it is very funny. Hey there. Also, it's funny that you can emote in that state. But yeah, it works really well for the warrior one. It works well for the paladin one too. It just works with every outfit somehow. Works for the machinist one I had that I really like still. I like the idea of it being channeling a laser pointer. It works for this one that I was using for Scholar. For Professor Sucro over here. Like, I didn't think that this hairstyle was a Sucro hairstyle, but it actually is, and it's really good, actually. I think a lot of the power of this hairstyle might be from the fact that it includes a built-in accessory that goes with everything. Or not literally everything, but but everything that I tend to use it for outfits in this game. It's a very nice bow. Also, I guess it just goes with like Sucro's sort of professorly attitude, perhaps, especially in this outfit. Does it work with the Reaper outfit? Maybe not quite as much with this one. But like it still works pretty well because the bow matches some of the like accent colors and whatnot. Yeah, I would say it goes with this one. I haven't actually looked at this on every outfit that I have. I'd say it goes with this one really well. Okay, not this one because of the extreme clipping, but still. Anyways, in conclusion, I'm likely to use this. Okay, it does clip through the shield as well, but that's fine. In conclusion, I'm very likely to use this hairstyle in Dawn Trail, if not like 6.x. I could just switch to it now if I wanted to. I really like it. But for the sake of consistency, Sucro will resume having controlled chaos for this particular moment. Thank you for allowing the Sucro fashion sidebar. We will now resume. The scene cannot be skipped. We will now resume. Oh, I didn't even realize that you hadn't been here since 6.5 came out. But yeah, it sure did. We were talking about that a little bit earlier because I was wondering why there was a sudden influx of people advertising their nightclubs in Gridania. I hadn't even considered that it was probably 6.5 releasing. I heard 3 notes of whatever song that person was playing and thought they were playing the Flintstones theme. Okay, I heard 4 notes and thought it was the Flintstones theme. I was briefly inflicted with the stun status effect upon thinking I heard the Flintstones theme out of nowhere. You know, that is a tree, isn't it? Whenever I pass by this location, I've probably parsed this as a stone wall. From here, the Great One's blessing will spread to every corner of the Gridania. Or every corner of the Gridania, yes. Of Gridania, and send all manner of wicked beasts scurrying back into the shadows. Seedseer, meet the Seedseer. Yeah. Look to the boughs above, and you will see a spot where the bark has been discolored by age and the elements. There you must affix the branch. Determined. And then Sucro climbed the tree and couldn't get down, and they had to call in the fire department. You ascend the ancient truck and affix the branch of the guardian tree to the weathered bark as directed by the elder Seedseer. Lumber. No. It stones me the lumber of the mountains. It's not quite the same. But also, you're right. No flying mounts allowed in Gridania. I have to record some, like, playthrough of Wargroove versus the Skelemans one just to have that as something that exists somewhere. I mean, like, my friend Karma streamed it, and I was there. But I need, like, a record of it on my YouTube channel or something. You are quite the climber, and with that, all preparations are now complete. Let us return to the Guardian Tree, and with the aid of the Great One, deliver salvation to the whole of the Twelveswood. Nod. It would be funny if this one, like, averted the part where there's a fight, and just, like, doing all of this made the Great One shoot Gleipnir with a giant laser and you win instantly or something. Maybe playing as a tank will be important in the boss fights mechanics somehow. Shrug. It'll probably be like, Sucro, you have to hold aggro while Kane Senna does the ritual. Which will be functionally not dissimilar from a lot of story battles that don't involve you being a tank. But still, it's the thought that counts. There is a fight. There's no just a free giant laser. Our journey nears its end. I shall be glad to go to bed again without Gleipnir to haunt my dreams. If it is truly Aesura's lingering resentment for the elementals that drives the blasphemy, then it will surely come. For the sake of the man he was, I must try to appeal to his reason. But should I fail, then we will have no recourse but to fight. Regardless, this day we shall bid farewell to Gleipnir. Do you think anyone else perceives the glow of there will be a battle in this part? Do you think Sucro actually perceives that as part of the echo? Or some other thing? Through the branches of the Guardian Tree, the Twelveswood has become as one. In summoning the Ermine Hedge, every ilm of these sacred lands will be imbued with the Great One's nourishing ether. The forest will be empowered to heal itself, to break free of Gleipnir's despair. The ceremony is complex and delicate, and I must maintain focus. Hey, I knew exactly what was going to happen. I trust you will do what is necessary to see that I am not interrupted. Nod. Finally, Keeper of the Entwined Serpents also gets to fight something. Gleipnir comes! Defend the Elder Seedseer! Okay, yeah, there are a bunch of other, like, horns and horn-adjacent features on Gleipnir. Are the elementals so deserving of your scorn? Do you hate me too for my horns? I knew a boy once, a boy who called them gifts, symbols of the blessings he resolved to share with the world. Yet the beast before me now brings naught but misery and death, marks its victims with chains to bind and condemn, to share in its suffering. I was not there for you then, but I am here for you now, to unmake what you have become. Hey, that's at least a pretty good speech. I shall begin the ceremony. Stand fast and remember what we fight for. Nod. This is an extremely, like, people die and she dances kind of ceremony, judging by that animation. I'll turn you away from... The Elder Seedseer must not be disturbed. Protect her. He makes for the Elder Seedseer, to her side. Okay. I see. Oh, I have the poison. Pain is too much to bear. I cannot move. Oops. The poison courses through your veins, by which I mean the venom. Poison geyser. Okay, so the poison is still here. Pain racks your body. Oh. So all you have to do to deal with the poison venom is an active time event. Press A to immune system. That's right. We must fend off his attacks if the Elder Seedseer is to survive. Wait. That's an interruptible one. You know what? Fair enough. I took a while to notice that. I'm glad they gave me the time to do so. I don't know if my liver has much to... Well, maybe it does. I don't know how things work. Okay, it is fun that they make you do the interrupts, which so rarely occurs. I guess that's what they meant by things that you don't often have to do. Like how I had to use Asuna in the healer one. Liver gets involved in toxin processing, that makes sense. Ceremony is almost complete. Keep Gleipnir at bay. Oh. I'll just collect all of these. I can scarcely raise my spear. Has the poison taken effect already? The ceremony is almost complete. Bear Gleipnir's wrath for just a while longer. The rite is almost complete. He calls upon his wicked minions. Bring them to me. They will fall before my spear. Wait, where are you? Oh, okay. I didn't parse that that was... Yeah. Right. Fatal poison. Aw, jeez. No. What is the animation for interject anyway? I need to check that out more closely after this. Is Sucro just saying no? Is that it? Is that all that's happening? I shall draw his ire. Sucro, lend the Elder Seedseer a portion of your power. Do what now? Clemency? Oh, okay. Come, you pitiful beast, let us see the contents of your innards. That's a hell of a thing to say. My prayers have been heard. May your embrace shield us and cleanse the corruption from our home. Okay, I like this cinematic, like, nature of this fight. Oh, was that an evasive jump? It looked like he just got thrown backwards. So long as we are within the barrier, we need not fear Gleipnir's poison. However, the battle is far from over. Steel yourselves. Okay, I didn't like the quest a lot, but I do like the way this fight is done, basically. Weird AoEs here. I thought I saw him land on his back, which is not how evasive jump works, so... It might also help that I am most confident in my rotations and the like as a tank compared to anything else. Which is not a phrase that I expected. Oh. Sucro, to me, we must group together. Elusive beef it. I guess it kind of was, like, at least partly. Even Gleipnir lashes out in the face of death, bring an end to its misery while the barrier still stands. I guess it was, like, at least partly elusive jump, yeah. Easura, I now fathom the depth of your suffering. For all you hold dear, I will see to it that you're given peace.
What's will be done?
His rancor makes even the elementals shudder in fear. The barrier may not last for much longer. Press the attack! I didn't get to use my final sword combo stuff. You could tell that I am more confident in my paladin rotation than some of my other ones because I was able to continue reading the dialogue during the battle. Because I don't have to look at my bar the entire time. At this point, a lot of the paladin stuff is in my memory somehow. Through sacred soil and azure skies, may your compassion flow and swell to banish the darkness. We made this animation and we're going to use it 3 or 4 times. But it's actually a pretty good animation, so like, you know, still. It's just funny that they did the same camera angles and stuff for a second there. I cast Cure 14. Receding terror, blissful quiet. No, Cure 14 is what Yoshi P and company cast when they reworked it into Realm Reborn. Blessing, covenant, something, something. I missed it because I was thinking about funny joke. Honor and gratitude unending. For we as well, honor and gratitude unending. We could not have overcome the blasphemy without your aid. In your everlasting grace, I pray you continue to guide we children of the forest. In your boundless mercy, I pray you forgive the lost and forsaken who succumbed to despair. It would be cool if White Mage got that animation in 7.0. Healing Flamethrower sounds great. It would also be difficult to use and people would yell at you for not casting Glare more, probably. I don't know. To you, my dear Easura, I promise I shall never forget your words of wisdom. Ours is indeed a gift and a blessing, and a duty to our people I will uphold. Until my final breath, this I swear. I still think overall this is probably my least favorite of the Endwalker role quests, but I think the fight was really well done. Like cinematically, mechanically, and whatnot. I've heard there are some hints towards 7.0 jobs that I will get to eventually. The eldest Seedseer's childhood friend suffered too much tragedy in his life. Of that there can be no doubt. But with his passing, he and the realm may once more know peace, and we may finally begin to mourn the innocence lost to his rage. Although, reminder that the plague did start before the blasphemy happened, so who knows what that means. Thank you, Sucro. The great cleansing could not have succeeded without you. The tree slugs are back, that's true. The blight has been purged, and the blasphemous beast which bore it laid low. Are you sure? Because we've established that it happened before the transformation at this point, I think. The sacred wood that once held its breath in fear now breathes a long sigh of relief. I must return to Gridania and my regular duties as Elder Seedseer, but I should be glad if you could call upon me there. That is, if I may impose upon you one final time. Nod. Thank you. I promise not to detain you at length. Let us meet again at the Lotus Stand. I mean, it made it sound like Asura transformed because his wife fell to the creeping plague, and then his transformation bore a venom which was not a poison that had the ability to inflict something very similar. But also, like, they established that the plague that got his wife was not cured by the cure like this one, so the order of events is really unclear. Shrug. The Great One's ether flows all throughout the Twelveswood, purging the last vestiges of Gleipnir's poison. I mean venom. The surviving wounded are no longer in danger and have begun to recover at long last. Huh, that could be true, I guess. We have much cause to rejoice, in no small part because of you, my friend. On behalf of Gridania and myself, allow me to thank you yet again for your tireless efforts in bringing Gleipnir to heal. That's kind of a little bit of wordplay, because heal and heal sound the same. You went above and beyond the call of duty for the sake of our people and their homeland. You are inspiring to behold, and not for the first time, I must say. Smile. Forgive me, Elder Seedseer, but with this crisis behind us, I would suggest a new course of action. Oh, and what would that be? Rest. In all our time together, I have never seen you so hard-pressed. Surely you are weary and could benefit from a brief respite. Shake head. I appreciate your concern, my friend, but I cannot. Will not. One day, perhaps, but not this day. I will never go to bed. I will never take a nap, and you can't make me. But Elder Seedseer. Recent events have given me cause to reflect upon my past, upon lessons that I once thought I had taken to heart. When I did not yet understand the duty with which I had been entrusted, when these horns of mine were but chains binding me to a destiny I did not choose. See, I've connected the chains to a metaphor for the story of this part. It was Iasura who taught me to appreciate the gift I had been given. Had he not been there to help me keep to the proper path, where would my errant feet have taken me instead? He was perhaps the first, but he would not be the last. My brother and sister and countless other kind souls, through their words and their support, have also helped me to continue to find a way forward, even when I thought there was none. 'Tis by opening our hearts to one another that we in turn open new paths, that we can conceive of greater opportunities and brighter futures. All who live within Gridania are deserving of these gifts, and so I must always be there for them, that together we may journey in safety through darkest night. Smile? Not tempted to live a wild and free life like an adventurer? Won't you? You don't desire a life for yourself outside of your duties? Don't you want to do something for yourself? My life is my duties, and my duties my life. I do what I love and desire not else. But if ever there came a time when I need no longer serve as Elder Seed Seer, I would be forced to consider alternatives. Perhaps I would do the same as Aosura and settle down with my beloved. Finding and courting them would make for quite the adventure, don't you think? Nod. I don't know what that, like, smirk was there. Regardless of what the future has in store, my present course is clear. So long as we Pajal serve as a bridge between man and elemental, Verdania can weather any storm. And so I will continue to work hand in hand with my people and my patrons along a path that we discover together. Serpent salute. Nod. But have you considered that taking a nap might help you to do any of that? Just saying. Yeah, I mean, that could be one way to read the situation. But I think it's also possible to read the whole thing as there not actually being any romantic interest there and it being something else. Though the blasphemy is no more, there are still administrative matters to resolve. If it is not too much to ask, could you bring word of these recent events to our delegate in Radzatan? Nod. It has been an honor and a pleasure, my friend. May the elementals watch over and keep you. Yeah, I don't think there's necessarily any sort of romantic like situation going on there. I agree with you that the elementals are interesting for that reason, but I think they would be more interesting if we actually saw more of them. Most of what we see of the elementals is like vague statements about how the elementals don't like this and are causing a problem. They're mostly like a nuisance that is just established as having a different sort of morality, and since they rarely communicate, they don't come across as much more than like an obstacle that people are devoted to because they have no choice in the matter, because otherwise they will be like deleted or whatever. Welcome back. I pray you have brought good tidings, or glad tidings. Sorta. Gleipnir is slain. You brought joy to me on an otherwise uneventful day. Of course, I had complete faith in your success, but I had begun to worry ever so slightly when you did not return as quickly as I had anticipated. Huh. Now see, that's interesting, but it's relegated to the leatherworking for some reason. That's weird that it is. I feel like that could have been information that was important to something more relevant. I don't know. I shall report your success to the envoys at once. If we have further need of you, I pray you will answer our call. I guess that's true too. You can now dye job-specific gear for level 90 tanks. More than death. More than death? I don't know if that line makes a ton of sense. Some of these achievement names are a bit of a stretch, I think. I feel like them half of the time being like otherworldly beings and half of the time being like phenomena of nature isn't inherently like a problem with them. I feel like that would work, but they just need to be explored more and like not just hand waved as, oh, the elementals. Because they're more, in terms of the plot, they're more often used as an excuse or an obstacle than anything else. But that's my opinion anyway. Well, my dancer gear is the most out of date out of all of my level 90 jobs. Is there a major problem here in this set? Everything's level 9 except for the left ring. I'm going to go buy a better ring just for my own satisfaction of number go up. It'll probably be fine, but I'm gonna buy a better ring if I can afford one anyway. Wait, what do I have equipped? Oh, I actually do have a Diadocos ring. Well, that's not... I guess a low-quality Renacita ring isn't the worst. Yeah, there we go. Oh, this isn't mostly Diadocos or anything. That's my Paladin set. My Paladin armor is like entirely Diadocos high quality with materia. My dancer gear, what do we have? Classical chakrams, classical headband, Darber coat, Troyan arm guards, Sagittarius pants because I made sure it was actually pants. Troy, so it's Troyan, Darber, and classical mostly. Some Radiant. One Diadocos, and now one Renacita. All of that stuff was given to me by retainers, I'm pretty sure. Like, most of it, anyway. Shoutouts to my retainers. Wait, no! This is incorrect. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm in Lakeland. Yeah, it'll work. I just wanted to make sure that everything was 90 instead of having an outdated level 80 ring that didn't really matter. Oh, I'm noticing Radzethan is Radzethan 2. You can't see that part of the chat, but I guess because of the patch, they've also had the different instances of areas thing appear again. Anyway, the last set of role quests is ranged physical DPS. And the one of that I have at 90 is Dancer. Even though I've been leveling Machinist recently, I'm almost level 70 with Machinist, but that's not really close. So, Razadhan 2. Ah, Doma. Right, that's the one we haven't done yet. That's a very silly joke that you've just made, thank you. Before we get into the physical range DPS dancer role quest with Lo-Fi Sucro here, which made sense as a dancer glamour, I think. I'm gonna be right back again. So Sucro will sit here for a second, take a little rest. And that also means, of course, a little coin flip is in order.
this or that, this or that or 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 this or this or that or this or that. Meow.
Hello. Congratulations to all this voters. Do you ever have a moment when you spontaneously start inventing lyrics to... Hey, wait, where did I go? Hey, where am I? What? Hey. I've disappeared. Ghost! The program has crashed. Ghost has crashed my face. Hold on. Anyway, do you ever have a moment when you spontaneously start inventing lyrics to something that isn't happening? As demonstrated, I think, window resized, as demonstrated, whoa, UI, as demonstrated. I guess it's fairly obvious that this or that, or this or that, or this or that, or this or that is a possible way of hearing that song now. I think multiple people have done this. But I was thinking about that. Also consider that the lyrics could be, instead of just this or that, or this or that, or this or that, they can be various pairings of things. Like this or that, or heads or tails, or one or two, or snips and snails. Stuff like that, you know. Sometimes I just invent lyrics to stuff. It is a thing that happens sometimes. These doors have a large activation radius. And it's kind of funny. And then after all the this or that, the line could be like, this, it's the one in the blue tin. If you pick it, there's a 50% chance you win. You know. Anyway, moving on. Seeds of Disquiet. The Doman delegate is seeking able-bodied adventurers on behalf of Lord Hien. Do mine eyes deceive me? Lady Sucro, oh, thank the Kami. Lord Hien has requested assistance in the resolution of a most urgent matter. The hunt for a fell beast believed to be a blasphemy. Though we have made great strides in ensuring the safety of our people, we fear even our finest shinobi will be no match for this enemy, for it commands the skies of Doma. But as your talent for striking down foes at a distance is beyond compare, I can think of no one better to aid us in overcoming this adversary. That's a very funny justification for this being ranged physical DPS. It's out of reach of the swords, Sucro! Help! It'd be my pleasure to help. Oh, Kami be praised. I shall inform Lady Yugiri that she may receive you at the Doman Enclave. Safe travels, Lady Sucro. Oh no. Bard is not very intuitive for me. I tried to figure out Bard, but I had difficulty with it. And hey, we have to go back to the Doman Enclave. That's cool. I wonder if any of the dialogue here is different depending on your restoration progress. Also, it's neat to see Yugiri and Hien and so on again. Well, Archer was my starting job for Sucro. But mostly because I was like, I'm afraid to play tank. I remember ranged physical DPS being most comfortable, but mostly dancer, and I'm not there yet. So I have to pick the only one that exists at the start of the game. It is good to see you, Sucro. When we received word that you of all people had answered our call, I could scarcely believe it, yet here you are. What's up? Lord Hien will be pleased for this reunion. If you would wait here a moment. Well, well, that the Kami should guide your steps to our door once more and with such fortuitous timing. Is there a giant mirror? I'm going to say that anytime the phrase fortuitous timing is relevant. Smile and nod. Pray forgive me for not affording you a hero's welcome, but time is not on our side. Not long after receiving word of men transforming into hideous beasts in Thavnir, a similar creature was born of a woman in Isari. After attacking another villager, it took to the skies and fled, though to where we know not. An all too cruel twist of fate. The one slain was among the prisoners returned to us in that deplorable exchange with Asahi and the Empire. Just when they had at last begun to piece their life back together. This blasphemy must be stopped. Alas, our foe is one to keep to the skies, well beyond the reach of our samurai and shinobi. Thus did we seek the aid of those proficient in ranged combat. able to pluck the beast from the heavens. Of course, martial prowess alone will not solve our problems. Others have turned into weaker but no less gruesome abominations, as was the case in Thavner, and their numbers increase by the day. From what I understand, this phenomenon is not unlike a sickness which spreads by feeding on fear and anxiety, emotions which of late can be found in abundance. Slaying the beasts means nothing if the people's hearts cannot be put at ease. Lord Hien! You have to help! The villagers, they... Sir, please, calm yourself and tell us what happened. Nod. Another's been turned into my lord. For a blessing, no one was harmed when the beast flew into a rage, but the people are in a panic. I fear what may happen next. Gasp. It would seem we have even less time than I thought. Worry not, we will see to the beast. As of yet, there is no cure for this affliction, but we will save what lives we can, I promise you. I trust that you are ready to join the fray. Nod. It was last seen near the glittering basin. Come, I will show you. Nod. Lo-Fi Sucro is here to help. Assuming I remember how Dancer works. I don't have enough experience with, like, the 80 to 90 part of Dancer. With, like, Fan Dance and Starfall Dance and so on. I think Starfall Dance is available after a technical step, and then Fan Dance 4 is available after Flourish, I think? Something like that. Still no sign of the beast, or any other for that matter. Without a cure, we have no choice but to cut them down before they can cause more harm. The beast was right here, I swear it! I thank you for leading us here, but it is not safe. Please return to your village. Bow. Isn't it not safe in the village, or are they from a different village? We should split up if we're to have any chance of finding it. Sucro, would you see to the west? I will search in the north. Yugiri, I leave the east to you. If you find it, remember, these blasphemies are no longer people. They will not hesitate to strike you down, so you mustn't either. Now let us not waste any more time. Nod. I think I commented on this before, but I'm thinking again about how when Dawn Trail releases, if it has role quests in the same way that Shadowbringers and Endwalker do, as either of them really, because they're not that similar in how they're constructed. Oh, hey. Derailment, because I'm realizing that this creature model is in fact the fell beasts we were fighting in the last section. But if Dawn Trail has role quests, I won't be able to do all of them at once because it's pretty unlikely I'll get everything to level 100 when that releases. Oh hey, it's creature from dungeon. You were a dungeon boss, I forget your name. But you're fell beast now. Oh no, Tulana is after technical step. That's different. It's on the same button. I don't know when Starfall Dance procs. Hold on. But yeah, I probably won't be able to have everything available at the same time. Can only be executed while under the effect of Flourishing Starfall. Okay, but what activates that? It's not Flourish. There's improvised finish, too. I don't know when that's supposed to be used. At this point, I think I know more about how Machinist works than Dancer, actually. Only executed under Flourishing Finish for Tilana. Flourishing Starfall. Bedevilment? Okay. That's a little weird. Or, not bedevilment, it's just devilment. You added an extra syllable to that. Are you all right? We heard shouting and came as fast as we could. It would appear Sucro arrived not a moment too soon. Why? Why did you kill my brother? Your brother? Young man, that creature was not your kin, not anymore. Had she not laid it to rest, it would have killed you and countless others. But if your heart cries out for one to blame, let it be me. The beast was slain at my behest, for it was the only way. No, no, you're wrong. You killed him, murdered him. I hate you. Wow, okay. Oh, hey, you. I remember you. Forgot your name, but I remember you. Issei, that's right. Issei, what are you doing here? Searching for Tonbo, though clearly you found him first. The monster was his older brother, as you may have guessed, and Tonbo gave chase the moment it ran off. I beg you forgive him for his outburst. His brother was all he had left. Their father was conscripted by the Empire and was regrettably not among those returned to us in the recent exchange of prisoners. The hope they might one day be reunited was their only comfort when the Viceroy still ruled. I can only imagine how they felt when she walked into Isari, a shadow of her former self. Suyu may have had no memories of the monster she was, but her victims still see her in their dreams. Nevertheless, like many, the brothers prayed your mercy would see their family restored. But then they learned of her death and of their father's absence. Deprived of hope and of hate all at once, they had nothing. My apologies for rambling. No, it was a rather enlightening tale. I spared the woman who brought him pain and took the brother who brought him comfort. I would hate me too. I swear I will set things right for Tonbo. For all the people of Doma, please return home, Issei, and be safe. Bow. Yeah, this is a very different sort of perspective. Let us return to the Doman Enclave. This ordeal has given me much to consider. Nod. And while Dancer is like push the lit up button the job to some degree, there are things you have to know when to press. And like you have to know a priority for what to press when. Can you move during improv? No, you can't. I forgot. Improvisation used to be a nothing button. But now it... Oh, hey, wait a minute. This is the heal flamethrower that was being spoken about. This is the channeled region. It's just on Dancer instead of a healer. I forgot about that. I owe you a great debt for your timely assistance. And an apology, for I have made you an executioner in young Tonbo's eyes. Would that I had been the one he witnessed cut down the beast his brother had become. But we haven't time to dwell on regrets and what should have been. No, we need to take action, and after hearing of Tonbo and his brother, I believe I know what must be done. Dancers use it all the time? Interesting. A great many of our brothers and sisters were returned to us in the prisoner exchange. But even so, there are those who yet remain lost to us. Meanwhile, Yatsuyu, who was directly responsible for much of our people's suffering, was never held to account for her crimes. In death, she claimed vengeance for her suffering at the hands of her brother, but it came at the expense of justice for her countless victims. The people of Doma have every right to resent me for failing them in their grief. But what of those who cannot bring themselves to do even that, who are left alone with their anger and their pain? Yeah, improvisation before just charged up one of your gauges. It having a region effect or a defense utility at all was a change in Endwalker. But if it's used when like the bosses are untargetable and stuff, still that's the same time it was used before. It's just actually it does something now. But that's good to know. I've just been reminded, unrelatedly, that the names in the Super Mario RPG remake do appear to be being changed. So it's possible that Sucro Funk, or Escrow Funk as it would be in the original context, won't be present. And that is sad. An example being the boss Yuridovich being translated to Spiridovich, because Yari means spear, evidently. Yeah, Spiridovich. Also, Neo Squid is probably gonna be retranslated. I will be sad to see no Escrow Funk or Neo Squid or Yuridovich. It kinda does. With spear in the name, I wonder if it'd be a sandwich involving asparagus in some way. If that is a valid salad or sandwich ingredient. Anyway. It may well give way to despair and then... nod. They would share the same fate as Tonbo's brother, yes. Which is why we must needs consider who else might share in his anguish ere we find ourselves beset by more beasts. I will begin making rounds of the villages to inquire after those whom their neighbors believe are more distressed of late. Very good. I and the other shinobi shall continue our search for the blasphemy which set these events in motion. And you, my friend, we will have need of your talents again ere long. Rest assured we will keep you apprised of our findings. Well, okay then. Ah, Sucro. We have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the blasphemy from Isari, but for a blessing, we have received no reports of others that have turned. Lord Hien, for his part, has made a concerted effort to go about the villages and converse with his subjects directly. I suspect his constant presence has served to allay the people's fears. As one might expect, he has ever been dedicated and diligent, but I fear he has been away over long. I thought to go and visit what should have been his last destination, Isari. Might I ask you to accompany me? Nod. Thank you. I am sure there is no cause for concern, but nevertheless I should be glad to find him quickly. I think maybe another reason that I was less invested in the tank role quests is because for a lot of these I've been like, it's neat to revisit areas that I've been to, but it's not the same to revisit Gridania as it is to like revisit like the Ruby Sea. Because like, it's just Gridania. Whereas this is a area from the Stormblood expansion that I spent less time in, I guess, and it's like less, it stands out more than Gridania does. Thank goodness we found him, but why has he remained here so long, I wonder? Sucro, Yugiri, my apologies if I gave you cause for concern. Addressing the state of affairs here in Asari has proven difficult. To put it simply, the people, one and all, refuse to speak with me. They simply bow their heads and turn away at my approach. Knowing the blasphemy originated here, I cannot help but wonder if that has aught to do with their silence. Perhaps you could attempt to engage with the people in my stead. Surely they have no cause to deny the two of you. I should hope not. Nevertheless, I will don a disguise lest I draw undue attention. Come, Sucro, let us see what we can discover. Thank you, both of you. Given that the person who just accused Sucro of murder is from this place, I feel like this is a less great plan than we might expect it to be. I owe a great debt to Lord Hien. If not for him, I would still be fighting under the Imperial standard, but the village suffered dearly under the occupation. What's more, our lord failed to punish the Viceroy for her crimes, and failed to reunite many with their loved ones. I understand why some would think poorly of him, even if I do not. Ian just has to give a really good speech, because he's really good at those. Aye, that's right. The blasphemy was born of a young woman here in Asari. Tragic, really. Every day she prayed for the safe return of her husband, but it was not to be. If I'm to be honest, I fear the loss drove her poor mother-in-law mad. Kisei has ever been a devout believer in the kami and their blessings, but she's somehow convinced herself that Minato has become one. The delusions of a grieving parent, obviously, but an alarming number of people have come to share in her belief. Heresy is what it is. So there are people who believe that the blasphemies are kami, then. You know, I guess that fits in with the folklore and mythology. That, I could understand how they would come to that conclusion, especially under all the distress that they're in. A blasphemy? You are mistaken, my friend. Our village was visited not by a monster, but by a kami, Izanami. Huh. Where Lord Hien is cold and callous, she offers us boundless compassion and love. Praise be to Izanami, goddess of creation and bringer of death. Uh-oh. That's a highly concerning mythological reference to have chosen for this part. I know a little bit about Izanami, or Izanami.
Calico Fact Corner: Izanami is a Japanese creation goddess with the power to create land, trees, islands, and other gods. However, when she became the goddess of the dead, she also gained the power of death and could command gods and spirits of the underworld.
Highly concerning. Admittedly, my own, like, main experience with Izanami in terms of, like, since I don't know a ton about, like, folklore and mythology generally, I probably learned the name from Persona 4. I forgot to talk to people a second time. Many villagers were heartbroken when they learned their loved ones were not included in the prisoner exchange. Even so, I wish they would not lay all blame for that at the feet of Lord Hien. Yeah, a lot of it was Garlemald. It's probably... The people's misplaced faith in this false Izanami worries me. Something must be done about this, and soon. Fairly accurate. Hien, we have to look out for any gas station attendants. We might not have a gas station around here. The situation here in Nisari is complicated, to say the least. I see. Little wonder they would refuse to confide in me. The belief held by some that this blasphemy is a kami, however, is quite concerning. The way you describe the Persona 4 depiction of Izanami sounds a little more like Persona 4 Golden. Unless I'm misremembering that Marie might be somebody else. I don't remember how Golden changed it. But given that Izanami is like the true final boss or whatever, I guess you sort of do something in the end? I don't remember. Marie is another aspect of Izanami? Okay, so I was sort of correct. Yeah, that makes sense. Izanami provides over life and death. She gave birth to the nation of Doma and ushers souls of the departed unto the land of the dead. I trust you understand what it would mean to deny them a source of hope in such dark times, even one such as this. The villagers also claim this Kisei can speak with the dead. In fact, she will be holding a gathering to demonstrate her powers ere long. The perfect opportunity to gauge the extent of their fanaticism. Not from me, of course. My presence would draw undue attention. Might I ask you both to attend in my stead? Nod. Her followers will be gathering in the tavern. Come. This seems highly concerning. Oh hey, it's the music that's highly concerning also. O spirits of Isari, I beseech you, lend me your voice and let your presence be known. Cross the veil and be among us once more. They said among us again. Akitsu. Father? Still tending the nets like I taught you? Yes, Father. Every day. Thanks to you, we never want for fish. Our bellies are never empty. I am proud to be your son. I was always too embarrassed to tell you before, but... And I am proud to have been your father. May you ever be blessed by the sea's bounty. Ah, it hurts! Father, what's wrong? He is in terrible pain, my child. Those who have cheated death's design yet live. It has disrupted the natural order and the spirits suffer for it. What must we do to ease their pain? Fear not, Izanami shall put all to rights. She will claim the souls not long for this world and deliver them unto the hereafter. When her work is finished, your father's spirit and all the others will find peace. Nod. Can you find my father? Can you help me speak with him? Kisei, can you commune with my husband? What about my family? Help me, Kisei, please! Nod. It kind of did seem, judging by the text box changing, that she did do something there. She seemed convincing enough, but was that truly Akitsu's father that spoke through her? So is Kisei's ability all that she claims? I mean, her text box changed. That's gotta mean something, right? A young man spoke with his dearly departed father through her. I find that rather hard to believe. Even so, those in attendance appeared quite convinced, my lord. And I suspect a great many of the villagers I've spoken with recently are as well. Everywhere I went, the people were in so much pain, and there was nothing I could do or say to give them solace. Yet for all their anguish, there's not been a single report of villagers turning since the incident with Tanbo's brother. Which can only mean word of Kisei and her ability to speak with the deceased has spread. The belief we can commune with our loved ones in death is a comfort far beyond my power to persuade. Though I fail to see how the people would abide the kami claiming innocent lives to restore order. Nod. Sad. She comes! Izanami! The blasphemy, here? Nod. Well, that's not good. That's probably bad, in fact. I didn't realize that Terminus Amogus was said until now in the chat. Lord Heian, the kami, she appeared as if from nowhere, and the next instant this poor man was... Shake head. So we were too late. I spoke with him before Inusari, or wasn't he one of the villagers returned in the prisoner exchange? I just spoke with this guy. I know this one. I know this guy. You recognize him then? Curious that he and the blasphemy's first victim were former conscripts. What could the fiend be after, I wonder? It does not become, my lord, to speak ill of the kami. Bow. I understand you are come to investigate the rumors of a monster born in our village. A blasphemy, you called it, but you are sorely mistaken. My daughter-in-law, Minato, was chosen to serve as a vessel for Izanami. I witnessed her ascension with my own eyes. Oh, I'm gonna witness it too now. Hold on, I'm about to witness also. Just give me a second. Minato, please! I can't. I won't. There's no logic in it. No justice. The Witch of Doma spared, given a second chance, and my husband condemned to die as a conscript. I'll never know what became of him. Lord Hien can't give me even that. And when I look at the families he made whole, at their happiness, I feel the hole in my heart, the gaping wound that will never heal, begin to bleed. Only at my beloved's side will I find peace. You mustn't lose faith, Minato. All will be well. Trust in the Kami, in Izanami. So you believed in Izanami before this happened? Smirk? I want to believe, but... Oh. That's not what I would expect as the model for Izanami. I don't know what I expected, but not that one. Izanami has come to bring peace to the souls of the departed, to restore balance between their world and ours. Surely you would not dare defy the will of the Kami. This balance you speak of has claimed the lives of 2 innocents but recently returned to us. I will not accept that the Kami would condone such cruelty. No crueler than the sight of Yatsuyu free and forgiven, while my husband and son fought Garlemald's wars, now dead and forgotten in a foreign land. With all due respect, Lord Hien, is it not your duty to protect Doma and her people? How are we to place our faith in the man who places the enemy's safety and well-being above that of his own subjects? Only the Kami are deserving of our adoration, as they have always been. Bow. I guess they did have to have a model that flew. But like my first guess was going to be the one used for the Stormblood Major Fate boss that's like the nine-tailed fox or something. Are you all right? For a moment you seemed unwell. The villagers are no doubt loath to ask it of me, but preparations must be made for burials and funeral rites. I can offer that much at least. You seemed distracted during our conversation with Kisei. Is something the matter? I saw what happened. Well, see, the thing with that is that that would be an entirely original model, and they can't do that for everything. I guess they did it for, like, the last one. But, you know, the echo. And the blasphemy was indeed born of Minato. Wait a minute. Wait, every other blasphemy has been a unique model? Okay, it is a little bit funny that this quest deals with both Izanami and Minato when both of those names appeared in Persona. Because Minato being the canon name of the Persona 3 male protagonist, and Izanami being the final boss of Persona 4. It's a little bit funny, but... yeah, Izanami's model in that cutscene looked identical to, like, some of the blasphemies we've seen, like, in the intro and stuff. But we'll see that model up close later, or at least closer, probably. Or rather for more time so that we can see if there are any unique details. The echo and the blasphemy was indeed born of Minato. To bear witness to such horror, how her mind must have struggled to comprehend what she saw. And as a woman of faith, perhaps her only surviving family becoming one with the divine was the only reality with which she could come to terms. I believe I know now what must be done. I but pray her fervor does not drive her to oppose us. Come, let us return to the Enclave. Right now I'm wondering if this quest is going to do the same thing as the Limsa Lominsa one, where, like, for a while the Sahagin priest was like, yeah, this is great, this is the blessing, this is the best. And then later he gets killed by the blasphemy, and he's like, wait, no, this is bad. You're not supposed to kill me. Oh my god, etc. I would probably consider betting on the fact that this lady is going to get killed by her daughter later. That is true, that is interesting. What do you suppose Lord Hien intends to do? From what you told me of your vision, the nature of Minato's despair as well as the focus of her ire is clear. 'Tis plain she was a good-natured and kind-hearted woman, grieving for the loss of her husband. This loss alone may not have been enough to turn her, but my failure to hold Yatsuyu to account, together with the sight of other families reunited, compounded the turmoil in her broken heart. Yeah. A path to despair paved by my good intentions, a truth that will weigh heavy on my conscience unto my dying day. Minato was prepared to die in sadness rather than live in hatred. If she could see the beast she has become, she would implore us to stop her. Which is why we must find the others who were returned to us in the prisoner exchange before they come to harm. Once their safety is assured, we may hunt down the blasphemy and bring a close to this tragedy. There's something slightly funny about Sucro holding an umbrella in any time there's a conversation in the rain and no NPC also has one. Ah, Sucro, if you're come to ask after the blasphemy, I have naught to share. As of yet, our shinobi have seen no sign of the beast. The returnees, however, are all accounted for, and Lord Hien has seen them safely to the Kiankan. As such, he is presently assisting with the hunt. For a blessing, there have been no reports of other villagers turning. And yet, before the situation takes a turn for the worse, there is a matter I feel warrants further investigation. Kisei. Though a villager of Isari, I suspect she may in fact hail from my home, Suino Sato. Knowing they would be loath to answer my inquiries, I entreated the Kojin to contact Suino Sato in my stead. To hear tell of it, Princess Kurenai has made great strides in establishing stronger ties with the outside world. At mention of Kisei, however, their cordial warmth turned strangely cold. If we are to learn more, I fear we have little choice but to go and speak with the people of Suino Sato ourselves. A simple visit for you, I imagine, but my banishment complicates matters. That said, it has been many years since I left home. Were I to disguise myself, I might well go unnoticed in your company. If you are willing to take the risk, leave it to me. Thank you. Let us make for Onokoro, then. This probably has parts that change depending on whether or not you've done the particular Stormblood dungeon and accompanying side quest line tied to Suino Sato. I did not expect Suino Sato to be relevant again, but it does make sense considering that Kisei appears to be Orion. Aura. I'm not sure if that's the most effective disguise, but maybe. The garments I wore when we first met, sufficient, I think, to conceal my identity. You know, that is a fun callback, actually. I didn't recognize them without the hood, I guess. Unless you're about to flip the hood up. How many years has it been since last I saw home? Questioning head tilt? I am a shinobi of Doma, but even as a child I sought to ensure the safety and survival of Suino Sato. I was quite bold in those days, if not a touch reckless, and together with the other children I often ventured beyond the borders of home. We yearned for adventure, and so one day we sought to behold the wonders of Doma. Imagine our horror to discover a city of ruin and ash, Imperial soldiers marching through the streets. We fled at the sight, but in my haste I lost my way in the bamboo groves. Thank you for fading to black instead of a bright white. It was there I first met a young boy named Shun, a sweaty mess as he swung his wooden sword with reckless abandon. Training to fulfill his duty as a samurai, he said. Having seen the destruction of which the Empire was capable, I too felt the need to protect my home. I joined him in his exercises, and every day my resolve to protect those I love grew. Sadly, my elders refused to listen. They were content to remain hidden beneath the waves and hopefully the Empire's notice. With a heavy heart, I left in search of the strength I believed we sorely needed, and I found it as a shinobi. But the people feared war and conflict would follow on my heels should I return. I do not begrudge them their decision, nor do I regret mine own. Part of me is overjoyed at the thought of seeing home again. Openly defying the wishes of the Ruby Princess, however, would bode ill for my family. They have suffered enough for my transgressions. That is why, for their sake, I would remain naught but a faceless shinobi at your employ. Nod. Thank you. With that in mind, let us make for Suino Sato. Whenever there's a camera slowly zooming out, it makes me think it's going to pan out to like someone watching from afar ominously. Oh, there's the hood. Also, we're just here now. All these years, yet naught appears to have changed since the day I left. But now is not the time to reminisce. We have work to do. Kisei's departure from Suino Sato was likely decades ago. Perhaps the village elders will know why she chose to leave. Yugiri is now accompanying you. That's a fun callback that they have this outfit again. Yeah, this is pre-Heavensward now. This is 2.x. Is there a bonus? No, there's not a bonus conversation. Kisei? The name sounds familiar, and yet... Apologies, friend. My memory is not what it once was. Let us seek out another. So many fond memories. Pay no mind to my idle musings. Lead on. I neglected to speak with Kane Senna when she was following me around. Why, it's been quite some time since I heard that name. She was a former priestess of the village, banished after drawing the ire of the former Ruby Princess. What has become of her after all these years, I wonder? Please, is there anything else you can tell us? Yonagi was quite close with her, if memory serves. Perhaps you should seek her out. Yugiri gasped. Mother, I had hoped to avoid my parents, but if there's no other way... Sucro, might I ask you to take the lead? Nod. I think they changed something very slightly about the repair interface, and it's constantly throwing me off because I try to page over to repair all, but I end up just clicking on the arrow instead every time. I feel like it wasn't that way last patch, but I don't know if I'm imagining that. Anyway, time for Yugiri's parents to immediately recognize her somehow. Perhaps due to her voice. I say, are you not the adventurer who aided Yugiri in Doma's liberation? They just changed it for 6.5? Okay, so it's not... I'm not imagining it then. Tis good to see you again. To what do we owe the honor of your visit? Kisei, yes, we were close, but that was a long, long time ago. Shake head. Still, if I can be of assistance to the woman to whom we owe so much, I will share all I know. Kisei was born to a family of priests, and even at an early age, she was possessed of extraordinary abilities. Much was expected of her, but everything changed the day she said she could speak with the dead. No one believed her at first, but she continued to insist she could and strove to prove it by demonstrating knowledge well beyond her years. Knowledge of events to which she could not have been privy. Word of her talent eventually reached the Ruby Princess, and she was summoned to the Chisui of the Violet Tides for a private audience. No one knows what Kisei said to her in the palace, only that the princess was incandescent with rage and ordered her exile forthwith. Some believe Kisei revealed a terrible secret of the royal house, or perhaps spoke a blatant falsehood that proved her a liar. Indeed, the knowledge she claimed to divine from the dead was not always truthful. But who's to say the dead would know the truth, or not seek to deceive? Thus, we could never be certain if it was simply a fantasy or a power divine. The one thing that is certain is that no small number of people found comfort in her words. Would that I could tell you more, but sadly I have not seen or spoken with Kisei since her banishment. Gasp. Turn away, arms folded. Forgive me, but have we met your companion before? She looks familiar. I believe this is the first time our humble shinobi has visited Suino Sato, or I imagine she does, considering she's God. I think Sucra would say something closer to the first one while being very obviously lying instead of saying the second one. Nah, this is the first time she's ever been here. Must be a coincidence. Ah, is that so? For the briefest of moments, you reminded me of someone quite dear to my heart. Being a shinobi, I presume you've heard tales of Yugiri Mistwalker. Should you chance to meet her, may I ask you to deliver her a message? Tell her that her mother and father love her, that we could not be more proud of her. I think they know that this is her, even if I insist otherwise. I will. I have no doubt she feels the same, and not a gay by accident. And not a day goes by without you in her thoughts. Smile. Yeah, probably also by like her body language. Maybe her voice now that she's spoken. I believe we've heard enough. Shall we return to Onokoro? Nod. Bow. It's a good scene. If it didn't throw me back here immediately, actually, in fact, even though it's thrown me back here immediately. Hold on. I want to see if they have additional dialogue. Even though it's trying to make me not go back. Oh wait, this is not the right underwater location. This is Tamamizu. Whoops. Where is Suino Sato again? Is it this? Does not appear to be marked. I might be foiled by my inability to remember geography. Oh wait, no, it's over there. I'm silly, it's a larger area. Of course it would be, like, visible on the map. What am I doing? Something has occurred to me. Some of these homes are only halfway in the bubble. Does this not cause significant problems? Perhaps they are also shielded and it's just difficult to tell, but it would be a disaster for a leak to happen in such a situation, for example. Wait, are they just not even here? They were like right here, right? Okay, they're just not here anymore. Never mind then. Still glad I checked, just in case. We just happened to catch them during the 5 minutes they spend outside of their home. Every X amount of time or whatever. They were just immediately like, well, that was weird and probably our daughter. Let's go back inside, I guess. Well, anyway. My apologies for placing you in so peculiar a situation. Oh, yeah, I remember. I remember that we talked to them before. Though I must confess it did my heart good to see Mother and Father well. All the more reason I must do all I can to keep the peace. As a shinobi of Doma, no, as a member of the Eastern Alliance. Mayhap there will come a day when Suino Sato opens to the world. A day when Yugiri Mistwalker can be reunited with her mother and father. Would that Lord Hien could be afforded the same opportunity. But Lord Kyan and Lady Mina have long since passed. Two of too many lives lost in the Imperial occupation. Oh. Shake head. I cannot imagine he would ever succumb to despair, but make no mistake. Lord Hien knows the pain of his people all too well. I can see it in his eyes, and if I may be honest, it troubles me at times. But perhaps I have said too much. Come, we mustn't keep him waiting. It is nice to see more of Yugiri after a while. Because we haven't seen much of her for quite a long time. Wait. I circled the whole perimeter several times, at least twice, rather. And I think that's where they were. So unless they like changed positions, those coordinates could just be marking where they are when they exist, and they might not exist right now. For a blessing, Onokoro appears to be untouched by the recent chaos. For now, at least. Welcome back. I trust your journey proved an enlightening one? Explaining. So she does, in fact, hail from Suino Sato, and you say she has possessed these divine gifts since childhood. Genuine or no, the people believe her, and more flock to her side with every passing day. But the returnees are safe at the Kiankan, its defenses bolstered. As for the blasphemy, I have spoken with our Confederate allies, among others, and today we will establish a network of contacts across the length and breadth of Doma to take up the search in earnest. Mark my words, we will find it. I think every role quest in Endwalker has the unique ability to feel like it is shorter than the other ones. Until I reach a point in them where it becomes clear that it is not in fact shorter than the other ones. Because I think like the first half of them feels like they have an accelerated pace compared to the latter half of them, like for each of them. So it kind of feels like it's going by really quickly, and then like it starts slowing down in terms of pace in the latter half of each set. And I think that's why I keep thinking that it feels like whatever one I'm doing is shorter. Because like we're at the level 88 quest right now, and it's been like only like an hour since I finished the last one, I think. More than an hour, but not that much more, I think. You've arrived not a moment too soon. The blasphemy has been sighted on the coast. For a mercy, there are no reported casualties as of yet. Just the woman I was hoping to see. No sooner had we cast wide our net than a Confederate messenger was at our door. If you would join us, Rasho awaits our arrival at Onokoro. Were you like watching the time when that happened? By coincidence? Or something? You know what? Why the heck not? Since I'm here. That makes sense. I think, like, they're probably all actually about the same length. My theory is that the first halves of each role quest is shorter than the second half of each role quest, more than anything. At this point, anyway, that's my theory. And hey, we get to speak to the Confederates again. That's neat. We haven't talked to these people in a while either. They're about the blasphemy, yes? Lord Hien and Yugiri should be arriving soon enough. They are shorter than the Shadowbringers one. That makes sense because I took whole streams to do those, and those were longer than 3 hours. We haven't talked to the Pirate Confederacy in a while. Confederates, whatever they're called. Hey, what's up? Well now, that the noble Lord of Doma should come in person once again. Mayhap these blasphemies truly are a threat. Nod. Indeed they are, and I was told you and yours sighted our quarry quite recently. Standing up very abruptly. Hey, that's a good shot. I remembered I needed a video thumbnail. Aye, that we did, near the islands of Shoal Rock. The beast appeared to be docile by all accounts, but appearances can be deceiving. If it is as you say, and this blasphemy has eyes only for former conscripts, then we have naught to fear. I trust those we accepted into our care are still in yours at the Kian Khan, enjoying the finest Doman hospitality. Anyway, I know not why it came to the Ruby Sea, nor why it remains idle, but if we act quickly, there's a chance we can take it unawares. I propose we divide our forces. If you're willing to go ashore, we'll take a ship and circle about the islands. The first to find it will have the honor of the kill. This won't work because it's the level 88 quest. A simple enough plan. Shall we be off to Shoal Rock then? This won't work, but it's going to be interesting to see why not. I thought we'd earned a reprieve from battle with the Imperial withdrawal, but it seems I was mistaken. So be it. I'll not suffer this monster to threaten us any longer. I can't imagine it will take long to deal with this creature once we corner it. Well, there will either be the devoted followers of Izanami to fight against us, or the creature will reveal some previously unknown power that makes us have to find a way to get around it. Or both. Make ready, Sucro. Should we find the beast first, we must be prepared to strike at once. This is where the blasphemy was last sighted. If the fates are kind, this will all be over soon. It won't, Hien. The quest level, Hien. Yeah, that could be it. It'll just, like, accelerate vertically to a ridiculous degree. Oh, we found it. Well, hello. Hello, the blasphemy. I feel like this is not a unique model at all. I feel like this is a... well, it's flying very high. Damn. Such speed. I doubt even my falcons could keep pace with it. There's something funny about Hien just going, damn, and sheathing his sword.
Darn.
Yeah, exactly. Don't tell me that's the blasphemies flying off into the distance. I hope the ill will it bore me in life might compel the beast to stay and fight. Perhaps less of Minato remains than I thought. Minato? That monstrosity was Minato? Nod. You knew her? Yeah, basically identical to the Terminus. Her family tried to flee to Hingashi during the occupation, but their ship was raided and sunk. When we happened upon the wreckage, she was huddled between her parents on a piece of flotsam, desperate to keep warm, but they'd long since grown cold. We took her to Onokoro, where we nursed her back to health. Couldn't imagine what horrors she must have witnessed. The mere sight of our weapons was enough to make her start screaming. She was clearly unfit for our trade, so we sought a village that might take her in. Isari was that village. Several months later, I chanced to meet her on this very beach. She was in the company of a young Ari fisherman, and I knew at once she had found more than a home there. I saw them here many times after that. She found something comforting about this place, I think. According to reports from Radzit Han, the memories and desires of those who turn can influence their behavior as blasphemies. Then perhaps Minato's memories are what compelled the beast to come here. That would also explain its timid nature. Minato was never one for violence, and the sight of you, blade drawn, no doubt stirred what little of the woman remains in the monster. If that is the case, an assault on the Kian Khan is unlikely, guarded as it is by our samurai. But how are we to fight an enemy so quick to flee at the first sign of danger? Robbed of her parents, her husband, and now her life, I would rather we didn't have to at all. But I understand full well the risk we take by doing nothing. If we catch sight of the blasphemy again, you'll be the first to know. Perhaps next time we can put her soul to rest. Nod. So I was expecting the dramatic reveal of a new power or people rushing to the blasphemy's defense, but instead the blasphemy just ran. I mean, like, fair. That makes sense. We scarcely had time to draw our weapons ere it fled. Perhaps we must reconsider our approach. There is naught to do now but bide our time. Come, let us return to the Enclave. Now I'm wondering again, is this the one that's actually shorter than the rest? Because we're at the 89 quest now. But no, surely the 89 and 90 quests will be suddenly significantly longer. Being conflict averse can be quite a power. In some scenarios, I think. Running away really fast is a strong strategy, too. If the blasphemy fears to show itself, there's no telling how long it may take to track it down a second time. Could return to the same island, though, if it's that important. Given what we have learned, it seems likely that the blasphemy will return to Shoal Rock. But that knowledge will avail us not if we cannot prevent it from escaping again. Oh. We are getting to this part. Bow. Parentheses menacing. Lord Hien, on behalf of the people of Isari, we are come with a request. We welcome you with open arms and open hearts. What is it you would ask of me? Those returned to us in the prisoner exchange have been granted shelter at the Kiankan. That they yet live is an affront to the Kami's grand design, and the spirits of our loved ones suffer for it. Balance must needs be restored, and so I beseech you to render them unto the goddess Izanami. Oh. How about no? Absolutely not. 'Tis not our place to pray for the death of others, nor draw steel to sate mere bloodlust. When I take a life, be it by command or my own hand, I do so not in service to vengeance, but to uphold my duty to Doma and her people. How did your mercy for Yatsuyu serve your duty? How are your people made better for this by the sight of her walking free? For her crimes and her cruelty, I cut her down the day we took Doma Castle. I sought to kill her, and by right she should have died then and there.
Just fly out, you can leave. Work, social thing, kami worship, home, studies, herbologist, getting stabbed by the wool, too fancy pirate house, friendships. If it sucks, hit DA bricks. Real winners quit.
Hit DA bricks. That means nothing, Calico, but you tried. That's good. Thank you. But the Kami willed otherwise and returned her to us alive and bereft of her memories. With no recollection of her deeds, it would have been Tsuyu who faced punishment, not Yatsuyu. This was my judgment, and for it you were denied the justice you deserved. You have every right to resent me. But you come before me and ask that I sacrifice men and women whose only crime was to suffer, to be condemned to a life of servitude. If you truly believe your cause to be sacrosanct, believe yourselves fit to bear the burden and swing the sword, then step forward. Sophistry and lies! They were meant to die! The spirits demanded it! Are these the words of the dead or the living who yet mourn? What? It's him! Gosetsu! He's here! Suddenly. Gasp! Word of the Isari priestess and her gifts has spread far and wide, and I thought to see the truth of it myself. By coincidence, I crossed paths with a traveler hailing from the selfsame village. who had a mind to return as well, but alas could not, and so he bid me deliver a missive in his stead. I can still sort of do a Gosetsu voice, even if I can't find the Heian voice, and I've been trying this entire time. Judging by the striking resemblance, I take it you are the young fisher Akitsu. This is a letter from my father. He was severely wounded in battle, but expects to make a full recovery. He is alive, but that would mean... Hey... Crime detected. Surely a woman of your talents can divine a plausible explanation for this turn of events. You shall pay for this. You shall pay for this contumely. I'm sorry, what? Hold on, it's time again to look up a word.
Contumely.
Insolent or insulting language or treatment. Oh, it's not like an adverb. Contumely. Somebody on the localization team really likes to show off the vocabulary sometimes. You shall pay for this contumely. My daughter will make certain of that. And nobody... Well, people followed her, but very slowly. Thank you, Gosetsu, showing up with the evidence that we need, come on, brain. How can I... Gumshoe. Gosetsu doing the Phoenix Wright gumshoe action over here. Apologies for the abrupt and otherwise unannounced arrival. As you can see, my Lord Heian, I am returned. Full glad am I for it. Thanks to your timely arrival, we have given the lie to Kisei's claims of preternatural powers. I gather you are apprised of recent events. Aye, it did not take long to learn the state of affairs here in Doma, and that my assistance may be required. I had heard tales of Kisei channeling the dead, including the father of one young fisherman. Imagine my surprise when I saw this spirit in the flesh. He was also on pilgrimage, paying respects to the departed, and we chanced to meet in a Liberation Front infirmary. Would that we were not brought back together under such circumstances, but I am glad to see you all hale and hearty. Nod. It's doing the thing where it's zooming out a lot again, and I expect someone to be watching again. But it's zooming out a lot more this time. So my expectation is justified. Tonbo, is something the matter? Bow. I wish to apologize, Lord Heian. It was wrong of me to say the things I said. I understand nothing can bring back my father, but I was so angry I... Shake head. Please, Tonbo, you needn't apologize. It's just, my brother was always so brave, but father's death was more than he could bear, and it turned him into that monster. If he wasn't brave enough, what chance do I have? I wanted to perform the rites for father, but the body was never returned to us, so... not that I blame you for that, Lord Heian. I understand nothing could be done. Flee. That Akitsu's father survived is nothing short of a miracle, but I fear he is indeed the rare exception. I have offered prayers at more graves than I can count. It would be cruel to give others the false hope that their loved ones might return. And yet Kisei continues to do just that, offering comfort with her lies. A tempting but ephemeral balm for wounds that have yet to heal. Much like the anger some harbor for you, or resentment for the families restored while theirs remain broken. I've lost the Gosetsu voice a little bit, because it's difficult to imitate Gosetsu's voice. But for those like that poor boy whose hearts lack for hatred, who know only sadness and despair, aye, they too may turn. Exposing the truth of Kisei's deception hasn't helped matters. If we are to prevent more suffering, we must pursue a lasting solution. I would be most grateful for your counsel, Gosetsu. There is much I could learn from your pilgrimage. Nod. If there is aught you require, but say the word and it shall be done. It is the least I can do for the part I played in Yatsuyu's tragedy. I failed her in the end, but I will not fail you, my lord. Thank you again for your aid, Sucro. The day's events have given me much to consider. When our next step is decided, you will be the first to know. I think ranged physical DPS is maybe one of my favorite role quests of this, and I do admit that a lot of that is because Gosetsu showed up again, and I like his character a lot. The return of the coconut cod chowder! Oh no. Regrettably, there have been no sightings of the blasphemy since our first encounter at Shoal Rock. As Tansui surmised, it seems to fear confrontation. Oh yeah, as I recall, someone did say there was a like a good surprise or something, a pleasant surprise, something like that. I think somebody said that. If not multiple people. Regrettably, there have been no sightings of the blasphemy since our first encounter at Shoal Rock. As Tansui surmised, it seems to fear confrontation. We, for our part, have tried to make good use of this intervening calm. Even now, Lord Tien and Gosetsu discuss how we might prevent other villagers from turning. If you would wait here a moment, he would no doubt wish to hear your thoughts on the matter. Also, I think the justification for the role that you are supposed to play through this quest as is one of the funnier ones. So that's also a bonus. Because, like, it flies. We can't reach it with sword. Help! Sucro, so glad you could come. As Yugiri no doubt explained, the blasphemy continues to elude us, and so we have turned our attention to other matters we can and should address. After long discussions and much deliberation, we believe we found a means to allay the growing malaise of our people. If you would, Gosetsu. Nod. The idea came to us after considering young Tanbo's remarks about his father, whose body was never found and returned to Doma. Others no doubt share in his melancholy, unable to bury and mourn their loved ones as is their right. Put simply, they cannot make peace with their loss. Their anguish, if left to linger, may consume them as well. That we might provide the people of Doma with comfort and closure, we will hold a national funeral at the Swallow's Compass. Those who choose to attend will be asked to present personal effects of the deceased they wish to be enshrined there. Spirits reside in all things, be they living or inanimate, and though we may die, a part of us lives on in the items we cherished most in life. Therefore, in lieu of remains, those belongings will be afforded a place in the royal mausoleum, that the spirits of those lost to us may find their way home to Doma and at last know peace. It's interesting that both the Doman and Alamigan questlines involve like a funeral ceremony, but it does make a lot of sense for both of them too. The announcement has already been made, and a great many people are now engaged in the difficult task of deciding which keepsake will serve as their offering. It is not a decision to be made lightly, but I suspect they will have made up their minds by the time we go to collect their chosen tokens. I also hope to learn more about the departed from those willing to speak with me, for my benefit and for theirs. To break free of their sorrow, they must seek joy in the memories and the love they shared with the departed, and I will help them find it. Might the liberator of Doma be willing to favor the people with her presence as well? I doubt not that they will appreciate the gesture. Smile and nod. Good. Yugiri, I leave the people of Isari to you. Gosetsu, might I ask you to... Apologies, my lord, but there is a small but most urgent matter I must first tend to. Nod. Very well, I shall not pry. Now, Suhro, let us go and pay a visit to the good people of Namai. Given where Gosetsu was looking, and where he is headed, I expect he means to find some sort of personal effect of Suyu to include in the ceremony. Perhaps. Incidentally, I do think the Alamigan one was my other favorite of this set of role quests, so there are a lot of links between this one and that one, and they might be my two favorite ones. Right then, before we begin, I would remind you that you need only listen to the tales of their loved ones. As overseer of the ceremony, I see it as my duty to deliver their effects personally. Because of this, it is of the utmost importance that we keep clear of any beasts that might damage our cargo. It goes without saying how important it is that their offerings are delivered in pristine condition, and I will be no good to you in a fight while heavily encumbered. If stealth or flight are not options, I must ask that you fight for us both, but we needn't worry unless the occasion arises. For now, let us be off. Hien is now accompanying you. I think it's funny that you said earlier that this one had Yugiri following you around instead of Hien, but it's both actually. My husband, my dear sweet Maroya, never returned from Garlemald, but perhaps now his soul might know peace. Please take this painting brush to the Swallow's Compass. I shall handle it with the utmost care. Might we trouble you to tell us more about your husband? Nod. This is also a good shot. I just like good cinematography, apparently. Moroya was a kind and gentle soul. There was nothing he loved more in the world than to create. That brush never left his side, not even when he tended the fields. Any spare moment was dedicated to his craft, and he produced the most wonderful vistas of Yangsha. It was his dream to take us to Kugane, where he would become a famous artist, until he was conscripted. In the early days, he would send drawings of the places they took him, though I know not how. But more time began to pass between each arrival, and then they stopped coming altogether. I know not in what far-flung land he died, but I pray it was as beautiful as his works. He sounds like quite a man to hold fast to his art even when forced to endure such hardship. His soul will find peace, of that I have no doubt. It is a very good concept, for sure. That was Moroya's favorite brush. Please do take care of it. I pray this ceremony helps them to find the closure they so rightfully deserve. I must thank you again, Lord Hien, for this honor. My son would have been overjoyed to know that his katana would be enshrined at the Swallow's Compass. Nay, the honor is mine. I'm sure your son was a fine warrior. Nod. Aye, and so was I once upon a time. A samurai, as it happens, in service to your father when the Empire first invaded our lands. Though we were defeated, our spirits broken, my son Motasue was never one to lose hope. He was determined to follow in my footsteps, gave his everything to honing his skill with the blade. When I watched him train, I felt the pride I thought I'd forsaken swell in my breast, and I knew he would restore our family to its former glory. Alas. He could have fled, perhaps started life anew as a vagabond of some sort, but he bore the burden and fought for Garlemald, for fear of what the Imperials might do if he did not. 'Tis plain he was a loving son and a warrior true. I will care for his blade as if it were mine own, and see given the honor and respect due a samurai of Doma. Nod. A samurai of Doma. Motasue would be so happy. Wait. I don't know if I'm allowed to fly. You have to understand, Hien, that when I see a cliff, I instinctively reach for my motorcycle. Okay, Hien is allowed to fall down a cliff, apparently. Oh. You know, this makes sense. I realize it's quite large, but I wanted to offer this on behalf of my brother and our father, Suzushiro. If you are willing, I would very much like to hear more about them both. Nod. My father, he was a carpenter. He was a good man, if a bit stubborn, always thinking about his work. The only time he ever seemed to enjoy himself was when he had a cup of sake in his hand. When my brother came of age, he took up the trade as well. It brought them closer. I'd see them laughing over drinks together or listening in silence to the crickets singing under the moonlight. I wanted to join them one day. This was their favorite sake. I thought they might miss it. I'm sure it will taste all the sweeter having come from you. Bow. I realize no one can ever replace your brother or your father, but if you will allow, I would be honored to share drinks with you in their stead, when you are of age, of course. Nod. This should be everything. Would you join me for a short reprieve before our journey back? Nod. I thought there was another one, but that was a different quest entirely. This is a quest that is leading into unlocking of the crafting quests for Stormblood, I think? The, you know, funny catfish. Namazu. Took me a second. I like how Hien made it seem like there was going to be a stealth segment or a combat section. Maybe there still will be. They put on brave faces, but the people of Namai are still racked with grief. It is the same at every village I have visited in my recent days. But it is only now that I am struck by the contradictory nature of my goals. Having joined the Eastern Alliance and taken steps to revitalize the Enclave, I believed Doma was at last on the path to peace and prosperity. I still do. Yet by focusing so keenly on the future, I have neglected the past that yet haunts my people. Even if they do not give in to despair and become beasts that plague our lands like Portanbo's brother, how are we to truly move forward if we are constantly looking back? You speak of their haunted pasts, Lord Hien, but what of yours? Or is there not someone for whom you yourself still grieve? Is there someone you're still sad about? Me? All things considered, I suppose it was only a matter of time before the subject was broached. This is probably Gosetsu, right? Ha! She cuts to the heart of the matter, and the young lord. For the best, I should think, for he cannot lead by example if he's not yet made peace with his own past. It'll be really funny if this isn't Gosetsu. It's Gosetsu. 1,000 apologies, my lord. I was passing through, tending to the matters of which I spoke earlier, when I chanced to hear familiar voices in the distance. If I may be so bold, the people of Doma, one and all, understand the source of your pain. To lose your father in the turmoil of a failed rebellion, his staggering duty to the throne thrust upon you. Aye, how could you even begin to mourn when first you had to lead? That is an interesting point as a contrast. Alamigo being about making a future for those stuck in the past, and Doma being about remembering to look at the past sometimes. It would behoove you to take part in the funeral rites, my lord. Take this time to make peace with your past while it is still yours to spend. Though unlikely, if not impossible, were you to become a monster as well, Doma would surely be lost. I thank you for your counsel, Gosetsu. But if I may ask, why is it you keep your blade at the ready? I thought this personal matter of yours to be naught but a trifle, or am I mistaken? Well, I find the katana a superior tool for peeling persimmons. Speaking of which, I do believe my stomach begs for sustenance, if you will excuse me. Training to help slay the blasphemy, no doubt. Fitting that he should offer me counsel, yet refuse to heed it in kind. He's not the warrior he once was, but he is wise, our obstinate friend. If I am to be perfectly honest, it frightens me to recall it, the moment it all came crashing down. I think this quest is also one of the best ones because it fades to black instead of a blinding white whenever they need to fade. For some reason, this is like the only one that's doing that, instead of like flashing in my eyes all the time. We'd taken Doma Castle. Victory was ours, but when we looked out and saw the banners of the 12th Legion marching towards us... But then we looked out and saw the banners of the 12th Legion marching towards us. The Crown Prince at the fore. No sooner had Gosetsu and I escaped than we received word that Xenos had slain my father. I remember how the fight went out of Gosetsu in an instant. How he wept for his lord while I felt the weight of the profound duty bear down upon my shoulders. Crushing, suffocating. The heat of my own breath, the chill of my clammy palms. But duty demanded I master my emotions. When all those around me, Gosetsu included, were consumed by anger and a thirst for vengeance, I had to be in control. Under my orders, we dispersed and fled to fight another day. Yeah, that is, I think that is reversed. What you said? To this day, I have not stopped to reflect on my father's death. How could I, devoted as I am to finding Doma's way forward? Yeah, that is good, actually, now that you pointed out. But now I must, and so, having taken you into my confidence, would you see this through with me to Journey's End? Nod. The keepsake I would offer up for the funeral is hidden in a place not easily reached. We will have to fly there, I'm afraid, but worry not, my Yol will ferry us. Just a moment. Sucro, I heard about the new mechanic where there's a guided tour on a flying mount. The place we seek is Plum Spring in the mountains. Shall we? Wait, hold on. Is Plum Spring in the mountains that, like, one spot Yeah, it's that one spot that didn't have like a purpose before, or like very few purposes. It's like a pretty location that's really isolated and nothing happens there. It makes me glad to know that they found a use for it. Ian specifically mentioned his Yol and not mine, so this might not even be mine. He might have just summoned two. I don't remember if this is one of the places where the major boss fate can happen. Or if that's a different place. I think that's a different isolated location. My parents would bring me here for Hanami as a child. Its beauty and serenity was such that I could forget the realities of the occupation. Okay, none of the boss fates happen here. It's a different location that's got like sort of a similar structure. Because I'm pretty sure there's like a pond that the boss is in. Probably. Indeed, some of my fondest memories of my family are here, which is precisely why I chose this place to conceal the singular gift my father bequeathed to me as a child. Oh. It's a little charming, is it not? The great auspice Itian Dasheng said to reside somewhere along the Daryu chain. Hey, I fought them. In those days, anyone and everyone knew the tales of his prowess. Reckless boy that I was, I once even tried to seek him out, hoping he might help us. I hope I have the option to be like, hey, I've met that guy. I buried it here shortly after my coming-of-age ceremony. It seemed a fitting place to both part with my childhood and offer a final goodbye to my mother. More a keepsake of mine than his, to be sure, but he was never a man of worldly possessions. Still, I suspect he would allow himself a rare smile if he were to see it again after all these years. That's adorable. And that is precisely how I wish to bid him farewell. With a smile. Smile. I wish I had the option to be like, oh yeah, I fought Sun Wukong. It should go without saying I would prefer it not become known that I kept this doll here. Wouldn't want the children to grow jealous now, would we? Nod. And with that, I believe it's time we return to the Enclave. There are yet more villages to visit and offerings to collect, but I forgot to talk to you, Gary. But preparations are proceeding apace. Soon the people will have one less cause to be tempted down the path of despair. Of course, there still remains the problem of the blasphemy. The former conscripts will remain at the Kiankan until it's been dealt with. We will slay the beast in due time, but before that I would be honored if you were present for the funeral rites. Pray speak with Yugiri when you visit the Enclave, and she will tell you more of the proceedings. Here is some coconut cod chowder. I find that I sort of arbitrarily attempt to pronounce domain names like the domain characters did sometimes, and other times I don't pronounce them that way, because I'm not sure which way is better to do. And like, I think a lot of the different characters enunciate all of these names in different ways too, so it's not like the most consistent thing in the game itself either. As ever, your timing is impeccable. We but moments ago completed preparations for the funeral. I will inform Lord Hien of your arrival. They've enunciated Gosetsu as Gosetsu and Gosetsu, and Yugiri as Yugiri and Yugiri, and Yugiri, and so on, depending on who's speaking. So I'm not sure which is the correct way to say it. Anyway, that's a bit of a rambling side topic, I guess. You're here. Excellent. The blasphemy continues to shun our settlements, and I mean to make the most of the time its absence affords us. I assume you are planning to take part in the ceremony? Nod. All of the ways are correct? Fair enough. Glad to hear it. Unfortunately, Gosetsu will not be joining us today. Gasp? He's injured himself, as I knew he would with his secret training, and now grumbles from the confines of his bed. But he will be fine in due course. We may worry over his convalescence after the funeral. Gosetsu, no. Am I allowed to go into the Kienkan? No. I wanted to say hello to Gosetsu. And yeah, I guess like just those are more pronounced Japanese sorts of ways to pronounce the name. I'm just not sure which is the correct way for me to be saying it. As someone whose main language is English, is it more respectful to pronounce it in an English way, or attempt to emulate the way it is pronounced by other Doman characters? It being any given name. Right, Swallow's Compass is dungeon. So I have to take the boat over here. I think it's probably likely that, yeah, either pronunciation is considered acceptable for me to be doing. Oh. This is going to turn into a fight somehow. There was a peculiar looking doll among the effects, but I can find no record of it in our stores. Would you happen to know who brought it? That's pretty funny. That's like an incidental Yugiri line. Yugiri. The villagers should arrive ere long, then we may begin. Ian, are you aware that this funeral's gonna turn into a fight? I've got this magical sense that I have that tells me when there's a battle. I think there's gonna be a battle. Oh. Lord Hien, I apologize, my lord, for my past transgressions. And I've brought my daughter here to kill you. I yearn to believe my daughter was a kami reborn, but you were right, she's a monster. Words can ill express my shame for advocating the conscripts be sacrificed to appease the dead. That would be very interesting if they did that. Nay, this ceremony shall serve far, far better. And so, as a humble citizen of Doma, I offer my deepest gratitude and beg for your forgiveness. I would make an offering on behalf of my husband and son, as well as my dear sweet Minato. I throw myself on your mercy, Lord Hien. Allow them a place within the mausoleum that their spirits may know peace. Also, I brought a knife and I'm going to stab you. This was a trick. There is no need to beg forgiveness, Kisei. Please rise. I was right. I was literally right. She did bring a knife and it was a trick. Oh dear. You've forgotten that there's a Shinobi here. I was slightly joking, but also I guess I was completely correct. She will come for you. Ugh. Like right now, in fact. Teehee. By the Kami, she gave her life to draw out the blasphemy? Oh, this is not a song we hear often. I don't remember when this song was last played, actually. Also, hey, wait a minute. Endwalker boss music? This is interesting because the Alamigan one had the Stormblood boss music, but this is distinctly the Endwalker one. Also, I guess we're fighting now, but very interestingly, this is happening, but hey, hold on. Okay. Can I can use Dance Partner on one of them. Good, good. Okay. Nice. So, something very interesting to me is that Kisei actually did something very not tactically sound here. Izanami, being known as the one who like flies really high and runs away and stuff, was just lured into an enclosed space, which admittedly has a high ceiling, but at the same time, Kisei has actually secured a way for us to defeat this boss. Whoops. That is also, that is a possibility, that this is a way to separate Izanami from Doma. But anyway. Minato holds me responsible for Kisei's death. I will keep its attention. Right, I have that. I can do that. Well struck.
For you, father.
Oh, that's a unique to this fight line for... Oh, right. My meter that I must use. I forgot. Also, I've forgotten to use my buff. Dancer is pretty sparkly, that's true. Also, I think for the most part, the button layout for my Dancer is a unique look into how I used to arrange buttons. Though it isn't that different, there are some things that are definitely different. A formidable foe indeed, but we will not be bested. Resentful right sweep. Wait, why did I do that one? Oh, I have Flourish again.
It is nothing.
Resentment overflowing. Have care, the air is thick with her malice.
The weave of a shinobi's power.
I'm taking a lot of damage in this fight. Oh, I have full Esprit. Oh, I have technical step. Not used to dancing. It readies to strike on your guard. I'm dying. I can't heal. What do you want from me? I can heal a little bit, but not very much. Okay. I can't move. Time for Gosetsu to save the day. I was right again. Actually. Wait, what? Talisman. Apologies for the untimely arrival, my lord. Sorry? White Mage Gosetsu. I was multi-classing this whole time. Gosetsu, what is that staff? Pilgrimage proved a most enlightening experience, and is where I chanced to discover the benefits of ascetic training. I may no longer be fit to wield a blade, my lord, but Shugendo affords me another way to turn the tide of battle. Okay, now I'm wondering if this is a preview of a class, maybe. It could be, right? Theoretically. I mean, you're using the White Mage staff animation, and you're probably going to be a healer. But still, this is a very distinct action you're taking. Well, not that one. That's just Medica. But, you know, still. Stubborn as ever, I shall have to thank you later. Let us put an end to this. Yeah, on Myoji or something of that nature. Now we have the Stormblood music. Interesting. Because Stormblood Squad is here, or Stormblood Squad parentheses Doman is here. All right. Wait a minute. Hold on. Nope. Okay, Yugiri still has closed position. I was checking. No, my dance. Hold on, give me 15 seconds. That is true. But like, he did learn this on his pilgrimage, and I don't think he learned it entirely to help Hien, but he's just using it in this moment to help, I guess. I feel like it makes sense. I don't think he came back expecting a fight. And maybe he'll leave on his own terms again afterwards. We must discuss your change of vocation after dealing with the blasphemy. Quickly, we must protect Gosetsu. Wait, what? Okay. Perhaps a grazing shot will break its concentration. Expertly done, etc. I don't know why I said etc. I was saying exactly what he said. I like the little touch here of Gosetsu still running up in melee to bop it with the White Mage auto attack there. I sense something amiss. Quickly, to me. I'm doing the voice wrong. A test of my will and training both. Hold fast, everyone. Well done, Gosetsu. Now I believe it is past time we put Minato's soul to rest.
The weave of a shinobi's power.
I could have used improvise during that part, but the boss was still, like, attackable. Oh, I never used Tilana. That just sticks around forever? As usable? Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Trying to target the boss here. Gosetsu, you're lucky I'm playing as a dancer with Anavant right now. I guess I have more time than I realize I do, but you know. Oh. I'm definitely not playing dancer particularly optimally in this moment. But I'm doing more than well enough. Let's try improvisation, why not? Just a little bit. They definitely give you enough time to move out of the way of these attacks, but Anavant makes it feel a lot less dangerous. Saber Dance. I think I actually might like Machinist more than Dancer these days, which is interesting. I mean, I liked both of them a lot back during Shadowbringer's release time when I was my other character. Hey, it's not over yet. There's still more talking to do. And the epilogue, which technically could count as a role quest if you want. A deceiver to the bitter end, but she is still a daughter of Doma. She will have a proper burial and her family's belongings enshrined with the others. No, you'd be... Jumping the gun would only happen if I was a machinist for this part, you see. That's more like jumping a lot with a gun and doing a bunch of flips. It's a bit different than jumping it. I mean, yeah, we can't do the epilogue right now, but it is still part of the role quests, I would argue. I have gathered you here today not to speak of the future, but to reflect on the past. To pay respects to loved ones fallen on the field of battle. In honor of their sacrifices, these sons and daughters of Doma shall be given a place here at the Swallow's Compass. Look at all of these Doman characters we recognize. There's like the blacksmith, there's the Confederate individual, there's Issei and his sister. I don't know the names of a lot of characters. Tonbo is there. It's both people we've been talking to during this questline and people who've been important otherwise. These sons and daughters of Doma shall be given a place here at the Swallow's Compass. Though they no longer walk with us in life, they walk with us in spirit. Pray never forget their bravery, that the memories of their legacy give you comfort and strength. Maroya Motokawa, the aspiring painter. He was a man who saw beauty in all things and one day would have become a renowned artist in Kugane. You're hitting me with the emotions by reading out all of the specific people that we're talking about. Motosui Jito, the warrior in training. He longed to become a samurai like his father and bring honor to his family. Suzoshiro Kodokumi, the carpenter. A man wholly dedicated to his craft, who hoped to one day pass on his talents to his two loving children. Okay, presumably reading out the rest, but not on camera. Oh, that's even, I wish I remembered her name, because I've spent so much time in the Doman Enclave, but I recognized her. And lastly, Minato Chihogaki and her mother-in-law Kisei. Theirs was once a happiness to be envied. Minato's parents were murdered by Imperial soldiers, and after being rescued by the Confederacy, Minato was given into the care of the village of Isari. As she arrived with a broken heart, it was soon mended by the man who would become her husband, the son of Kisei, who herself had been born to Isari on winds of tragedy. Kisei was a child of the deep, born in Suino Sato. For her gifts she was exiled, but with her courage and tenacity found a new home on the shores of the Ruby Sea. She was a devoted wife and mother, and though not related by blood, she loved Minato as if she were their own. That is how she lived, how they all lived, and how they should be remembered. Let your hearts swell not with sorrow, but with joy for their memory. Let that proof of their mark left on this world Know that proof of their mark left on this world shall remain here, enshrined within the swallow's compass for all eternity. Let us still our voices and in silence pray for their souls, that they may share in the peace we have found. That was a nice moment, too. Many tears were shed throughout the ceremony, not for grief, but for relief, I think. Happiness, even. Traditionally, the royal mausoleum is reserved for the ruling class, but I have no doubt Lord Kyan would approve of his son's decisions. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting battle with a blasphemy as a prelude to the ceremony. At least now we may breathe easy, if only for a short while. The villagers have all returned home, and I believe it is time we did the same. Okay. I feel like maybe one of the role quests was in fact a little bit shorter than the other ones, but I have no idea. I am not yet well versed in healing magics, but thankfully it was enough to be of some use to Lord Hien. Okay, you are thinking about being of use to Lord Hien still. Never in my wildest dreams did I foresee Gosetsu embracing the ascetic arts. We've held a national funeral and slain a blasphemy besides. A rather productive day, would you not agree? The former conscripts will be elated to finally return home. Speaking of returns, I think I speak for us all when I say your appearance at the Swallow's Compass came as something of a shock. What of your injuries from training? Quite painful for some time, I assure you. Despite my best efforts to reclaim my former skills, my back and my hips vigorously protested. I planned to sleep that I might be well rested for the morrow's hunt, but a voice called out to me. I was needed, and so I grabbed my cane and ran as quickly as my ailing body would allow. The cane suits you, Gosetsu, but your mastery of healing magics was a sight to behold. Almost as surprising as your resurrection following the fall of Doma Castle. I am still but a novice in dire need of training. It is my hope that I will be able to refine my ascetic arts during my next pilgrimage. So you are leaving, then? Worry not, Lord Hien. Should you find yourself in dire straits once more, I shall fly to your side. Not as a samurai, perhaps, but I will nonetheless give our enemies cause to tremble. And with that, I take my leave. Okay, so he is going on another pilgrimage. So, like, at least so he's not, like, suddenly staying here again. It was nice to see him again, though. I like Gosetsu a lot as a character. Though it may be years, if not decades, until we truly make peace with our past, we have turned a corner and begun to heal. We may look to the future unburdened by grief, ignored and sadness denied. Grief ignored and sadness denied. The path ahead is ever fraught with peril, but we shall rock it, I almost said. We shall walk it with eyes unclouded and with pride. You've done so much for us, for Doma. I wish there was more I could do for you. Bow, double, smile, nod. If I may ask one last favor, before you leave, please inform our representative at Radzatan that the blasphemy has been vanquished, and the people of Doma are safe. With any luck, our experiences here will prove useful to other nations that yet grapple with these beasts. Leave it to me. Safe travels, Sucro, and may the Kami bless you. The people of Suino Sato will be relieved to hear of recent events. I wonder what mother and father would say. I will say I did like the idea of doing all of these role quests now. I think it went well. I think it was a good choice. Though I can't really say that with the full perspective of what parts of the narrative are left to see. But I think this was interesting. Lady Sucro, you are returned. What word from Doma? I won! The blasphemy is no more. That is most wonderful news. I must inform the other delegates at once. Thank you again for answering our summons. If another threat should rear its dastardly head, I pray we can count on your assistance again. Bow. You can now dye the job-specific gear for level 90 physical range to DPS. More than loneliness. So now we have all of them. More than death, more than guilt, more than loss, more than loneliness, more than fear. So, let's see. Which ones did I think were the best and the worst? I would say that the best ones were the one we just did, physical range DPS in Doma, and the healer one in Alamigo, and slightly in Ul'dah. Those two are easily when I say best, I mean my favorite ones. And then I would say the tank one in Gridania is my least favorite one. And the melee DPS one in Lominsa, or Limsa Lominsa, and the magical DPS one, well, I would say that the Ishgard and the Lominsan ones are on about a similar level for me. I'm not sure which one I would say is better between those two. So I think I'm placing them into 3 tiers effectively, but not like ordered within the tiers as much. So my favorite two, Alamigo and Doma. The middle two, Lominsa and Ishgard. And the lowest one on the list, Gridania. I don't think I would say any of them were bad, except maybe the Gridanian one. I don't know if I'd say bad, I'd say like mediocre. I was not invested in the Gridania one nearly as much as I was in like basically most of the other ones. The only part about Lurik that I hated was like interacting with Yulmore, I think, like in retrospect. In terms of comparing these to the Shadowbringers role quests in general, I like both sets of role quests for different reasons, I think. I like the best parts of the Shadowbringers role quests are in, like, to me, are easily the parts where they go into the backstories of each of the Warriors of Darkness, and you play Trials as them. Those are all of the most interesting parts. But also, I really like the epilogue for those, where you bring together all the characters from all of those quests and they like interact and stuff. So I do like the rest of those role quests as well for the most part. I'm very interested to see what the epilogue of all of this is. Honestly, because like we weren't introduced to new characters or anything to bring together. We were visiting a lot of older characters to bring together and whatnot. So it's not the same. Yeah, Sylvia or whatever her name was. It Sylvia? Doesn't sound correct for some reason. But yeah, like there was a lot of good stuff in the Shadowbringers role quests as well. I don't have any ideas what the epilogue of this set of role quests could be. Oh, I think a bleth was a sold something. Yay! A pittance of dollar. Or gil, as it were. I think it'd be funny if this in-room changed over time, with like more notes on the walls or whatever. But anyway, yeah, that was the other 2 role quests. We did 2 role quest lines in one day, which is not something I'd been doing. Yeah. Sucre will take a nap now, I think. So that was Final Fantasy XIV, the role quests of Endwalker for tank and physical range DPS. And we've now done all of the Endwalker role quests, which means that next time, return to the Crystarium. Which is exciting. I'm very glad that we get to go back to the first. I remember saying, like, before all the role quests that I was like, oh man, I have to do the role quest now when they're telling me to go back to the first. But that's such an exciting thing to go do. But, like, I think it was worth it in the end. The role quests were good, for the most part. I enjoyed them and they added a lot to the world and the story and whatnot. Sucre looks very peaceful. But she might get cold if she doesn't pull up the blanket there. Anyway. Thank you all for watching. This has been, as I just said, like, twice probably, Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, it's 2 in the morning. Yeah, that's fair. That's how time works. This has been Final Fantasy XIV. Thank you all for watching. If you're interested in the various social media and donation links that I always plug at the end of the stream, borealrobin.card with 2rs.co. If you would like to subscribe or follow here and you're not already, that would also be greatly appreciated. But none of that is, of course, as always, none of that is necessary. Your viewership and hanging around and watching and whatnot is plenty of support already, and I appreciate it. So thank you all again for watching and all that stuff. And I will see you next stream, whenever that may be. Probably also this, because my new schedule is whatever I want instead of Monday is not Final Fantasy XIV. We'll be returning to the Crystarium next week, hopefully. Till then, have a good rest of your day and or night. I will see you next time. Good night, everyone.